Hello everyone, and this is Elroy from Retro Games Couple, again with another indie game that I got from Epic Games Store. This is a Strange Antiquities. It's a new game from Bad Viking after Strange Horticulture, which I played a while ago. This is the second game. It launched pretty recently, so it's quite new. So I would say let's start, see where this goes, how different it might be from Strange Horticulture or better. As a thaumaturgist's apprentice, there is a lot to learn. Every object must be treated with care, and it is important to identify the harmful from the harmless, the potent from the mild. It was only supposed to be a temporary arrangement when Eli left the shop, Strange Antiquities, in my hands. None of us knew that by then the pendulum was already swinging with a terrible certainty that could not be stopped. The ravens were an omen, a circling unkindness of black wings and cheerless cries that seemed, even then, the signal to start of a rising dread. Day 1, Thursday. Let's see. So this is the shop. We already have a few items and some nice plants. A hidden compartment. It's raining outside. The music is nice. I really love how the music sounds. The piano. Oh! Another hidden compartment. Lots of pendants and some other stuff. Oh, I can move the candles. Nice. And I have a cat, like Strange Horticulture. Aww. I can pet you forever. A strange clock. Oh, coloring composition. I thought at first it was bone, but it is a fact clay, painted to look like bone. Dark blue-green gemstone. Sense of touch. Hard and somewhat rough. Cool and smooth. Nothing to remark for scent and sound, and it fills me with a sense of foreboding with the inner perception. So every item is like that, I guess. And we can put stuff here. What's that? A hidden compartment. I guess it's for later. And what's this? Oh, this reminds me, in the Strange Horticulture where we had some stuff that we could arrange for our tables. Oh, we have a magnifying glass because sometimes the letters are very, very small. Alright, so on thermic fields, all thermic fields produce a field of sorts. Although invisible to the naked eye, they can be observed by placing an object over a thermic lens. A diurnal field pattern is shown here. These fields are not fully understood despite attempts to study them over the years. So apparently this is a thaumaturgic table and symbols are missing. Oh, I can explore. And yeah, we're in Undermere 1868. Lots of places to go visit. I will put it here. Reminder, I've stored a couple of items in the cellar of the wine merchant next door. And we have a few pendants here. I'll put it here with the other pendants. I'll put those together. I'll take this pendant too, put it here. Maybe I can categorize some of them. Like those that resemble animals could be here, for example. Some pendants could be here that have gemstones. Oh, this follows me. And the ones that look like they have bones, etc., they could be here. Stones could be here. The sound of the rain, so nice. I like arranging stuff. And we have scales. Alright, so I think I'm ready for the first customer. Let me pet you one more time. Oh. So, Eli White. I've been called away to assist in an urgent matter in Ravenglass and must leave at once. I am leaving the shop in your care, with some reluctance, I might add. Make use of my reference materials. Here, take this. There is an index at the back that may be useful to you. If in doubt, study it carefully. And remember that there are some powerful artifacts here. Under no circumstances should you seek entry to any locked doors, drawers, or cupboards. In fact, safest not to touch anything at all. I should be back in a few days. How can I keep a shop if I don't touch anything? I guess he's just very, very, very cautious. And very, very scared. So, a couple of items in the cellar of the wine merchant next door. Let's see the map. Let's explore. So, let's see. Oh, strange horticulture. Let's visit them. This curious plant shop on the edge of town is a quiet haven away from the bustle of the center. Ordinarily, I'd be delighted to while away some time there, but I have important work to do. And yet, an hour later, I find myself leaving the shop with a potted palliance at a weight off my shoulders. I've been chatting with the proprietor about the similarities and differences between our two disciplines with a gently purring hellebore curled up in my lap. Oh, that's so sweet. A palliance. I think I remember in Strange Horticulture using the palliance. Where should I put it? You know what? I will put it here. I like looking at the plants. Let's explore some more. Let's see. The Burrows, High Green Church, Heathwood. Undermere Station. Strange Antiquities. Here we are. 29. Here it is. So next door. What is next door? I guess it's this one. So the proprietor, a Mrs. Granmore, begrudgingly grants me access to the cellar when I explain that I'm from Strange Antiquities next door. Yes, well, take the lot of them out of here, would you? I can't say no to a lie after all is done for me, but I don't like the thought of those unnaturals in my cellar. Oh, so let's see what we got here. Nothing to remark in perception, strong odor, and when I shake it, it rattles. Green glass, cork, and the yellowed paper. Thomas Pope. Congratulations! Today's the day you meet the great Thomas Pope. That's me. I'm a man of two loves, fresh mountain air and a little wild dog called Hamish. But I reserve some room for laughter among friends and shops with cats in them. Oh, how sweet of you. If you would be so kind, I'm looking for a replacement for my hunter spoon. So, a hunter spoon. What could that be? So, we have a book here that might give us some extra insight. So, hunter spoon. Oh, here it is. A hunter spoon is a primitive item. They grant the power of the predator and has perception and agility. They are made from trophies taken from slain beasts, with those from the deadliest predators being the most prized. They are simple items without embellishment. So I am looking for something like a tooth, maybe. Like this one. It's a yellow-brown. Sense of touch. Smooth but with hard ridges. Nothing to remark on scent. It gives me a sensation of power. So maybe that's the one. I mean, it is a tooth. It has nothing else on it. So, the clues. I like how it shows you the clues of how you found it for future reference. So this is a tiger's tooth, trophy from a predator. Also on closer inspection, it gives a sensation of power. So that's it. And we got some new pages for the book. We can add the labels here, yes. I've put the... Here is an option for auto-labeling. I have it on because it's too much fuss to just label it manually. Oh, you. Who's the cutest little cat? Jack Hungerford. Alright, the nights are drawing in again. Dark shadows hide dark deeds, or so my father always used to say. Seems like the shadows have grown darker since he passed 2 winters gone. A creeping dog has set up in my house. I'm told a Shadowhold will throw it out. Shadowhold. A Shadowhold, or a Shadic vessel, is a container of any kind, sometimes a jar, or a bottle, or some sort of a box. It can be used to contain an Shadic spirit, the manifestation known as creeping dark, pulling it from the shadows like poison from a wound. They are decorated with an elaborate design called the Shadowcatcher. So that's the Shadowcatcher design. I mean, this has the design, nothing to remark. It's pungent. The markings have been carved in, it's hard and spongy. It's made of clay. Well, it is a bottle. And it has a Shadowcatcher symbol. Yeah, the item is a container. The design on the bottle is the same as the sketch. So yeah. More pages. Oh, yeah. The auto-labeling option here, yeah. Oh, I don't want to wake you up. I will always pet you before every customer. What's with all these ravens flying about under me today? I can't remember even seeing anything like it. Not a good day to be the sort who believes in dark omens. A letter for you. That's David Schaefer. He came to Strange Horticulture too. He is the delivery man, mailman. So we got a letter. We discovered some papers in a hidden desk drawer in the boatyard last night. Mr. Jones almost threw them in the fire pit, but I asked to take a look at them first. That man does like to burn things. They look old. Maybe there's nothing much of much use here, but I thought of you when I came across an entry on the Sheen. Charlie Weathers. The Sheen? What's the Sheen? Do we have anything on the Sheen? No, I don't see anything. So, what we have to do is actually going to the boatyard. So how do we do that? We explore. I like how we can explore whenever we want. Unlike the Strange Horticulture where you had to have the will to explore, now you can explore at will. I imagine, though, it's the same principle that if you go somewhere that you're not needed, or it's just walking around, you just have this sense of dread creeping up on you. So let's see. The boatyard. It's the number 8. Where's the number 8? Here. So unlike Strange Horticulture where we went around the area, the rural area and the surrounding areas and towns, and it's like a whole country was open to us, here we go around the city. We are bound to the city. So it's a different angle. So the boatyard. The yard has seen better days. A mess of broken and rotted timber covers most of the outer space that isn't taken up by upturned boats, slowly being claimed by the weeds. In the middle of all this, a man looks up from repairing a small rowing boat. "You must be from Strange Antiquities," he says with a smile. He takes me into the dilapidated office, where 2 metal buckets collect drips of brown water and a thin window panel rattles with every footstep. Window pane, maybe. I'm not sure. He pulls a sheaf of brown papers out of a desk drawer and places them gently in my hands. Oh, nice. Apparently as an afterthought, and somewhat reluctantly, the man gives me something else as I'm leaving. "I've no use for it," he says. "Don't even know what it's for." Oh. It's a totem-like thingy. It looks bronzy. I'll put it there with the other bronzy stuff. Oh, the rain is so calming. Let's have the next one. Stanley Hume. I want an Ossic. Ossic. That's a pleasing word to hold on the tongue. Ossic ring. That's the sound of the snakes, right? But let's put this in the archive. This too. Ossic ring. Let's make sure. Ossic ring. These somewhat macabre objects were originally made as offerings to the goddess Korhen, but the practice fell out of favor as belief waned. They are hard to come across now, but they are occasionally sought out for their ability to keep vermin at bay. Some say they can hear Korhen's unearthly hiss when they hold an Ossic ring up to the rear. So that she's a serpent goddess. She looks nice. Serpent goddesses are a very nice thing of the past. So, macabre object could be bones, I guess. This looks like a bone. That thing here looks like a bone. But nothing to remark on scent and sound. The bone here is the hunter's spoon. So, yeah, here is the other. Yeah, this looks like a... Oh! A soft sound, like a serpent's whisper, emanates from within. So yeah, I think that's the one. It has some evil quality to it. I do not like to hold it. It's hard and somewhat rough. And it's bone. Yellowed white. So yeah, it's a macabre object. It looks like a ring. And it has a hissing sound. And the clue says exactly that, made of bone. This item satisfies the description macabre. Closer inspection confirms that a hissing noise can indeed be heard. More pages. Edmund Bishop. The behavior of these ravens is disturbing, to say the least. As a rule, they only come together to feed. Ravens are omnivores, carrion eaters mostly. But they'll take anything they can get their talons to. And they'll kill if necessary. I didn't plan on dropping in today, but there's something happening out there, and I'd like to know what. A voice of Cernunnos might help put me at ease, or it might do the opposite. The voice of Cernunnos. Cernunnos is a god, right? It's probably the only god I know of, but I don't know much about him. The voice of Cernunnos. Cernunnos? Not sure. The name voice of Cernunnos is used to refer to any bronze stork that has certain imbued properties. With skill, such an item can be used to read the patterns of nature that are otherwise hidden to us. Cernunnos is a pagan god of the forest and nature, typically depicted as a man with the antlers of a stag, and often wearing or holding a torque. Cernunnos wearing his torque. Could this be the torque? I mean, he's holding a staff and a snake. This is, I don't know, belt? Yeah, that's a belt. So that's a torque, because those are bracelets. Well, this looks like the one in the picture. It's bronze. It's an uneven texture, yeah. Okay. Nothing to remark. So yeah, this looks like the one. This item is made of bronze. A similar looking item appears around the neck of Cernunnos in the sketch. So yeah, exactly what we were looking for. More pages. So, oh, that's the end of day. Let's see who we met today. We met... First is Eli White, the thaumaturge. Eli is a thaumaturge, a collector and curator of powerful objects. Objects that to the untrained eye may appear dull and lifeless, but that in the right hands, and armed with the right knowledge, can be a gateway to so much more. For Eli, the quest to unearth and understand each new object has been the driving force of his adult life. As owner of strange antiquities, Eli is a stern master. He knows firsthand what can happen if the right precautions are not taken. He doesn't tend to so much emotion, but he does have a more tender side, a side that is mostly reserved for the store's cat, Jupiter. So the name is Jupiter! Oh, so cute. Here we have what he was talking about. Alright, so we also had the ornithologist Edmund Bishop. The 14th Lord of Cleiston Castle is a man of wealth and privilege, like the 13 before him. He is a man who would be easy to despise, as his father was, but he is well loved by those who know him. Now retired, he was a professor of ancient languages at the University of Cambria, but his real passion is birds. His students learn to divert particularly dense lectures on Latin declension by asking about local species or by quizzing the professor on increasingly exotic bird calls. Edmund was only too happy to oblige, spending hours recounting stories of his adventures in Africa and New Zealand. Oh, and we have the Devourer of Souls, Jupiter. Jupiter is the thaumaturgist cat, or more accurately, Eli is Jupiter's thaumaturgy. Jupiter found strange antiquities, perhaps drawn to the curiosities within, and made it its home. Eli was more than happy to accommodate him, but he learned early on that Jupiter was his own master. His business is his own, but it largely consists of regular naps, terrorizing rodents, and midnight exploration of Undermere and beyond. What he does on his own excursions is a mystery, but he seems to be well known among the town's residents. So pretty much everybody knows him in town, just like Hellebo. I think that's the end for today, little Jupiter. With your little eyes and you, oh, you're so cute. But let's end the day. Right, Jupiter? Let's close for today. End of day 1. The black mare thundered through the icy rain, shining wet in the silver moonlight. Her cloaked rider was exhausted, cold, and soaked to the bone. He knew he would not survive the night if he did not reach Backbarrow. Ah, Backbarrow. That's a place. That's the place that we had the Sons of Dread in Strange Horticulture. I remember that. So, just like the Strange Horticulture, we have a side story here, probably for one of those characters that we're gonna meet. In Strange Horticulture, it was that strange witch, the masked woman. And now, this guy. We'll see who it is. Oh. You follow the dots. Okay. Instead of tarot cards. Shackles. An escaped prisoner ran northwest. He hid me in the first building he came to. Alright, let's see where this goes. Day 2. Friday. Oh, I hear birds. It's a nice day outside. Hey, Jupiter. Good morning. You look mighty fine today. Yeah, who's the best cat? So, let's explore. An escaped prisoner. So we're looking for the jail. The old jail. 10, number 10. Let's visit it. So the old jail stands silent. Its rusted iron bars, the only thing separating me from the ghosts of former prisoners. I take a quick look around, but there's nothing to find. Because of course, we weren't going there to find anything. We're going to just see the place. So he escaped. He ran northwest, so up and to the left. And he hit me in the first building he came to, northwest. So it's either this building or this building or this building. It's probably this northwest. It's probably this building or this building. So let's see. I'll start here. Oh, nice lucky guess. The dilapidated warehouse is dark and imposing, and the struggling flame of my lantern does little to pierce its depths. I slowly search through its contents with a sense of despair, wondering if I'm even in the right place at all, when suddenly and unexpectedly I uncover something of value. More relieved than elated, I take the trinket back to the shop for further study and a warm drink. Oh, this looks ominous. Nothing to remark on perception, nothing in silent sound. It's polished and rough. A huge black gemstone streaked with red. Ready for the first customer? Verona green. Oh, Verona is everywhere. Well, that's just perfect. Andemir fizzing with fear over these ravens, and the thaumaturgy has left his apprentice in charge. Sorry, my dear, that was rude. Pay no attention to me, I'm an old lady who got out of the wrong side of bed. These ravens have got under my skin is all. Please do let Eli know that I was looking for him next time you see him, and pass on my thanks for letting me borrow his copy of Hermetic Symbology. So we have a book. Quentin Holmes' Hermetic Symbology. It's got a lot of symbols. There are 3 branches of thaumaturgy. Each of these is split into 2 disciplines, represented by the following symbols. So it's celestial, diurnal, and individual. Impurements. Alright, elements, materials. It's all the elements, the basic, mostly basic elements that you're gonna find in alchemy and symbology. I'll put you here with the other book. Yes, you liked Verona. I like Verona. Tess Sherwood. I feel paralyzed. I have no job, no partner, no friends, no prospects. I had a horned shackle might be the answer. A horned shackle. So. Oh. Let's see what a horned shackle is. Horned shackles are used to bring about change in one's life, bestowing the ability to overcome personal demons. In use, the horns are rubbed between one's fingers, causing them to become worn smooth over the years. They can be worn as pendants, but are more commonly totems of some kind. An example of an elaborate horned shackle. So this one is a pendant, for example. It looks like a cow. So it looks like an animal. So it's, let's see. It's bronze. It's smooth. Nothing on center sound. I have a strong sense of being what's. Yeah, I don't think that's the one we need. We need to be calm. So this is another one. Have nothing to remark on perception. Pointy, textured, clay. It's wood. It's rough. This part feels smooth. It's rough and pitted, but this is smooth. Maybe that's the one? I mean, the horns are, only the horns are smooth. Looks like an animal. What about this one? Overcome by a warm, loving emotion. Could this be? Light colored wood, polished. Just polished, not soft. Let's see. Yeah, the item has horns. Closer inspection reveals that the horns have been worn smooth. Visager. We helped another person, didn't we, Jupiter? Oh, hello, David. At least the weather's looking a little better out there today. Yeah, it is. Another letter. Let's see. Good day. You might be interested to hear that my plough overturned a strange-looking object yesterday. Come to the farm, and it's yours. For the right price, of course. Kind regards, John Royston. I like the names. Very English. So, yeah. The farm it is. What farm, though? The Greywick farm, I guess? And the Royston farm. Here. John Royston. So, 30. Yeah. John grins as I struggle to hide my obvious interest in the item he shows me. Any hope that he might not be fully aware of its value quickly evaporates, and after a lengthy negotiation, I reluctantly hand over the amount he originally asked for. This looks nice. Julia Braddock. Ah, Jupiter, we meet again. Our paths crossed late last night on Princess Street. We shared a moment before we slank off into the dark. Unimportant business, no doubt. I wonder if you can help me. I'm visiting my grandmother later, and I wanted to bring her something. She lives all alone on the edge of town, out on Clanbrook Road. I don't always manage to get out there as often as I'd like. I thought maybe a moon heart would bring her some comfort. A moon heart? Where's, I don't have a moon heart? A moon heart. Maybe in the index? Oh, moon heart. A Selenic totem. Alright. These carved totems, more commonly known as moon hearts, can be imbued with a sentiment of feeling, such as love or joy, and then held tightly to recall the same feeling. They sometimes feature crescent shapes, associated with both the Selenic and Noctic disciplines. Indeed, the form of the item itself will often have a connection to either the moon or the night. Here's a moon and an owl. So yeah, I think this one that I saw before has, with the perception, I am overcome by a warm, loving emotion, I think because they're imbued with emotions. And here is the Selenic pattern, here the moon, and it's an owl, so I think that's the one. Yeah, curved totem, owl associated with the night, concealed crescent shape. Using the closer inspect tool tells me it imparts the feeling of joy. More pages. And we helped another person, didn't we, Jupiter? Daisy Windows. A friend of mine, or former friend I should say, has been stealing jewelry from me. 3 necklaces have gone missing over the past few weeks, including one that was a gift from my late grandmother. Do you have a suitable pendant that I could leave lying out for her to find that will teach her a lesson? Make sure it never happens again? I will need to make a choice here. There are no wrong answers, but my decision will no doubt affect the events in motion outside myself. So I either give her a biting seed or Zea. Let's see what those are. So, a biting seed. These items are made of two distinct materials representing the mantic and the weixic, the mind and the body. The winding path, the mind, is described by a spiral encompassing the body, the seed. A biting seed is a form of punishment that amplifies feelings of guilt and shame. The Yew Labyrinth at Castle Morrigan, a larger-than-life biting seed. That's a biting seed? Why? Okay, I guess. Feelings of guilt. What else gives guilt? Oh, and then the Zea. Yeah, the binding seed is the only thing with guilt. Zea brings fear. Worn about the neck to place them closer to the heart, these innocent-looking items instill a sense of fear and paranoia. They can be difficult to remove. Zeas are made of any single material except wood or clay. They typically have no symbol or other writings upon their surface. Okay, thinking about this now, a Zea would indeed teach her a lesson, but it would break her a lot. While a biting seed looks a bit more humane, she will just feel guilty, very, very guilty. Make sure it never happens. Well, if you are guilty about something, I guess you will never do it again. Paranoia is a different matter, I think. So, this looks a lot like that, isn't it? I don't like how this makes me feel. Yeah. Made of two materials and features a spiral surrounding a seed. More pages. Emmet. They found a man just now in that house where all them ravens were. I wish I hadn't seen, but I did. He was shit white, but it was his eyes that are going to give me nightmares. All black they were. It was like he weren't there anymore. I don't need to wait around for another sign. I'm taking my family to Sedberg, and I'll be taking a libula to see us safely through. Libula? What is a libula? Libulae are purported to offer reassurance in times of upheaval and change. They are not held in high regard by most scholars of the occult. That being said, an imbuement of wisdom shows that a libula is not merely decorative. There is power in symbology, as the old Thaumaturges knew well. So, symbology and safely through. So, he needs protection. Or guidance or wisdom. So that's a sign of wisdom, and that's a sign of protection. And I have this thing. Nothing to remark. And here is this thing. So it's either this thing or this thing. And what they say? Not held in high regard. Imbuement of wisdom. So it's the symbol of wisdom, so it's this one. End of day. End of day 2. A deep pain radiated down the side of the rider's head where he had sliced himself with a diverging hook, and his thoughts were scattered and torn. He could not see out of his left eye. Why would he slice himself with a diverging hook? And what is a diverging hook? Is that a place of a map? I guess that's a place on the map. Oh, raining. Yeah, most probably it's a place on the map. But where on the map? Has this thing here? Here? No. Because it's... maybe? The second, then it's the third. Oh yeah, that's the one. But, oh well, let's see. A narrow gap between the two houses, and I spy a small wooden chest wedged firmly inside. Slowly, I manage to work it loose, and when it finally comes free, it shoots out onto the hard ground and snaps open, revealing its long-hidden treasures. We find so many items out and about. Morning. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. I'm Francesca Robertson, a doctor of sorts. I assume you heard about Mr. Hungerford? It seems to be the talk of the town already. I'm used to dealing with maladies of an occult nature, but black eyes are certainly unusual. I've heard of something like this before, but I don't see how it could be the same thing. Either way, I'm hopeful an evocant will have some effect. An evocant. Alright. These stone items weigh the same as a man's heart, according to popular myth. The truth is a little less dramatic, but the weight of these items is nevertheless important, and should not stray more than a hair from a precisely one lever. They are placed on the chest of those in a coma to draw them out. So, one lever. Lever? Lever. Oh, not liver. Liver is the organ. Anyway, so I think I have scales here. This is 2 and this is 1. Strand of hair. Now, these are, let me check again. Stone items, so I'm looking for stone items, and it doesn't say pendant, so it's one of these. Let's see. This is definitely heavier. This is quite heavier. This is quite heavier. This is very light. Maybe because it's floating. And this is almost the same. Slightly lighter. So most probably it's the one. So the item is made of stone, weighing the item using my scale so that it is exactly 1 libra. 1 pound. Yeah, I forgot. We're calling it libras here where I'm from. But it's pound. Exactly 1 pound. I don't know why you call it pound, but you could use LB. But I guess that's the language for you. I'm not sure how it works. Libras, because of the scales, I guess? which is a Libra. So Temperance Parker had a quiet chat with Edmund Bishop in the Guilty Round last night. He's always got an interesting story to tell, but last night he was different. I can tell he's worried, which has got me worried too. I know it's not much, but I like a shield charm all the same. Shield charm, alright. Shield charm it is. Generic charms of protection have little to offer the skilled thaumaturgy, but can have some small effect. On a Shadow Spirit or a Wanderer's Shroud will not abide them, for example. Such charms make use of the art of symbology, an ancient and some would say primitive component of thaumaturgy. They can be made from a variety of materials, though rarely precious metals. So, if I remember well in symbology, there was the symbol for protection that I saw before. Here, where is it? Here, protection. So that's the one. I also have it engraved here in this shop, so the shop is kind of protected. So we do believe in symbology a lot here in this shop. Yeah, I think that's the one. Has a symbol on it. And it has different materials. Bone, cheap metal, probably pewter, and brown fabric. Yeah, it's a simple protection charm. Hugh Langston, there's something I wanted to show you. I didn't like the look of it, so I left it where I found it. What if it's cursed? It was hanging behind an old shed, all overgrown with ivy. Let me draw a quick map for you. There. Let's explore a bit. Alright, so it's next to a park. And the church. Where's the church? There are plenty of churches. So we're looking for a plot of land that has a little pond, some trees, and a church. So, and it's in a corner. There's a church here. There's a corner here. Doesn't look like that though. Another corner? Like this one? Doesn't look like this one. Oh, maybe it is this one. I mean, that's the corner here, and then the road goes again into splits into here, and here is that one building, and then the pond, and the small here, and then the church over here. So maybe it's this one. All right, that's the one. The shed is actually a wooden summer house that looks out of a pond, but it's clear that it hasn't been used in some time. Thick brambles claw their way up and over one side of the structure, and ivy covers the rest in a mottled cloak. I find what I'm looking for to the rear. Parts of the ivy have been torn away recently, revealing an amulet hanging from a rusted nail. Something else catches my eye as I reach for it, and I notice that there is another pendant hiding next to it, almost completely hidden by the ivy. So we got two. Two pendants. They look nice. You should get over here. You also should be here. You have no gemstones. We found it! Let's take them up to the archives. Verona again. Elias picked a bad time to leave Vandermeer. I've come from the Hagaford house, where I've been helping Dr. Robertson and looking for any clues about what happened there. There wasn't much to go on. I did find a shattered oceanic vessel, but whatever did this was no creeping dog. There was a strange black stain on the flagstone floor that I didn't like the look of. And the ravens. Very unusual, but at least they seem to have dispersed. I don't know what to make of it. I'm going to take a trip to Gleeston Castle to see if Edmund Bishop can shed any light on the behavior. Yeah, they're an ecologist. But first I would like a Visager. Whatever this is, we don't want it spreading. Whatever this is? Aren't you knowledgeable enough about what it is, since you asked for it? Visager. A Visager can be used to prevent the spread of disease and pestilence. Among other oddities, flames burn pale blue in their presence. Alright, I'll just take the candle. We can take candles and just look around. Oh, there we go. That's the one. It does have stones of different elements, so it's probably quite protective. Using a candle, I'm able to confirm the flames burn blue in its presence, so yeah. And that ends the day. That's the end of day, little Jupiter. End of day 3. 2 days earlier, the writer and his fellow adventurer were deep underground, exploring the tunnels below the Kirkhead Tower, when they made a discovery. The relation of their find would soon turn to horror. A key. After a disagreement between two houses, I was buried behind lock and key. Lock and key. Day 4, Sunday. So let's explore. First things first. Lock and key. Disagreement of two houses. Let's see. Lock house. 7. And so the next one? Oh, it's a Keystone Manor. Alright, so I was buried behind lock and key. So the third one here? Yep. A large flat slab of granite marks the otherwise empty field. It bears an inscription. On this spot in the year 1813, Arthur Key did shoot and kill the beloved horse of Wellington Lock. Buried at the foot of the slab, I find an unlocked chest containing a handful of legal documents as well as a pistol and another item that catches my attention. And I spent it. A lie. Well, the shop is still standing. That's something. Say what you will about Underme, but this town is never quiet for long. I live for a few days and suddenly everyone's talking about ravens and curses. I'm going to need to find Verona to get up to speed on what's going on. At least I didn't come away from Ravenclaw empty-handed. I can always rely on Quiet Susan to unearth an interesting trinket or two. This looks interesting. Edith. Oh, she wears that pendant. I'm not a good person. I'm pushing away the only people I care about. Help me do better, please. I have to change. I don't know how. What do you have that can help me banish my inner demons and make the changes stick this time? Alright, let's see. Change. A horned shackle and a libula. Overcome the personal demons. So that's what we'll do, the horned shackle. The Evoken didn't snap Mr. Hungerford out of it, unfortunately. It's strange. At times he appears almost awake, but he's deep in some kind of trance that I can't get anything out of him. He seems to be searching for something. I'm beginning to suspect this is beyond my skill set, but I'm not willing to give up so easily. I know it's a bad idea, but I'm going to need a sleep vessel to get me through this week. The sleep vessel. So let's see here. Sleep vessel. The 6 points of a sleep vessel are said to represent the 6 Thalmic disciplines: Selenic, Druidic, Noctic, Diurnic, Quixotic, and Medic. They help people to stay awake beyond any natural limits by storing their fatigue. Over time and repeated use, they become more and more difficult to handle, as though the undreamed nightmares within are beginning to seep out. Alright, so you don't want to sleep at all. Coffee is not enough for you. Could this be it? Made of bronze. Well, it does have 6 sides and then protection and another symbol. Which, what symbol is that? Not this book. This book. That's the symbol of insanity. So that's protection from insanity. Okay. It does have 6 points though. Is there another thing that has 6 points? I mean, it doesn't look like a vessel much. This looks like a vessel, but it smells like rotten egg and nothing to remark. A sense of taste is cool and smooth. Yeah, I think it's a bit different, this one. About this, doesn't say. Ah, it's the rattling one. Sleep vessel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This also has 6 points. Somewhat painful. There is a darkness to it, as if it holds untold fears inside. Like nightmares, I guess? This item has 6 points, and the inspection shows the darkness inside. Althea Osha. Many years ago, I owned a silent breath, but it was already too old when I inherited it, and its power died soon after. It's about time I replaced it. Silent breath. There are those that consider the White Heart a prize to be claimed. There is no glory to be had from killing such a noble guardian of the forest. A silent breath contains a small token taken from a living white stag. While the stag lives, the item will retain its power, allowing the bearer to sense danger before it arrives. The white stag, guardian of the forest, is this one's really white. That's the stag. It's not white though, and it's made of clay. That has something. It seems to have the hair stand up at the back. It seems to make the hair stand up on the back of my neck, like tingling sensation. It's cold. Glass filled with blue liquid. Looks like a strand of hair. Yeah, features white hair, potential trophy from a white stag. Closer inspection, my senses come alive. I've always wanted to try a Daedalus Link. I have a personal interest in the celestial branch, so I'm not completely new to such things, nor am I ignorant of the risks. And now I have a good reason for it. I need to take care of some roof repairs, and this would seem the safest way to approach it. So a Daedalus Link. I would imagine it has something to do with wings from Daedalus himself, since... Yeah, here it is. A Daedalus Link is a powerful object capable of producing a levitation field. The field is extremely fragile, however, so it would be prudent not to take risks. These items are surprisingly light in weight. Their designs vary, but they might point to some facet of flight, a feather, or the wings of a bird or insect, for example. So we'll look for something with wings. This has wings, but it doesn't have feathers per se. You wouldn't say it's surprisingly light. That's the one that has feathers too. And it's really light. Barely moves. Yeah, it's really light. So the bird motif is a connection to flight, and using the weight scales I can confirm that it is very lightweight. The ravens are back, I say. Looks like it's gonna be worse this time. After speaking to Verona, I've come to extend an open invitation to visit Gleason Castle. My family has lived there for generations, and I know there are artifacts that would be of use to you, gathering dust in hidden corners. All I ask is that you stay out of the South Tower and the master bedroom. And run anything you find by me first, of course. You have a deal. Here's something to get you started. Walk past the main staircase and turn left. Follow the corridor down to the end and go through the door to the left. There is a small plinth in the corner of the room with an item on it that you are welcome to. I never did like it anyway. Let's explore before we finish the day. So here it is. Oh yeah, here. Walk past the main staircase. So ground floor is here, ground hallway. Past the main staircase, so we're not going there. Alright, turn left, follow the corridor down to the end and go through the door to the left. So that's the end of the corridor here. The plinth is not hard to spot in the corner of the room next to a small writing desk. A glass jar houses the object mentioned in Enbel's note. As I gather the item and turn to leave, my eye is drawn to a green book on the desk. The author's name is of particular interest. I pick it up and find Edmund on my way out, who encourages me to take it with me. I try to insist on paying for it at least, but he won't entertain the idea. Gemstones. We got plenty of gemstones on various items here. So let's end the day for today. End of day 4. At the end of a long passageway, after days spent clearing away dangerous rockfalls, the duo came upon a chamber. In it they found a small stone tomb, too small to contain the human remains. What's that? Is that a room on Gleeson Castle? Day 5 Monday. So it is Monday. Let's explore. Yeah, that could be anywhere. But it is cut out, so maybe it's for this map. There you are. A portrait of some dead lord eyes. A portrait of some dead lord eyes me suspiciously as I enter the room and start absent-mindedly opening drawers. The room is cold and austere, and I am about to leave when I spot a crate under the chest of drawers. This could be something. So that's what we're gonna do now. Gleeson Castle is open and we're just going in and taking stuff. Hello, Jupiter. It's a nice day outside. Not sure about this fog today. It's an eerie atmosphere, but out there, especially with those damn ravens back again. It's usually fierce black dogs I have to worry about, not big black birds. Better off inside, Archon. The triangle has intrigued me ever since I first heard about it as a young boy. What caused the pine trees to grow like that? Did someone plant them? I know you'll at least have heard of it, but did you know this? I calculated the exact center point and there's a small clearing there. It can't be a coincidence. What's more, there is a certain energy about it. Not entirely welcoming either. I wonder if you might take a look for yourself. Thomas Pope. And Hamish. He signs for Hamish. So cute. So here's a triangle. Heathwood. Sure enough, I approached the center of the curious triangular copse at the heart of Heathwood. I come across a clearing. A tree that has been split in two stands in the center. Sunlight breaks through, and I take a deep breath of cleansing pine and earth. Almost immediately, I am struck by a sense of ominous power, and my intuition tells me that there is something unusual here at the heart of the wood. I examine the broken tree and notice some strange markings carved into the trunk. Heart beating faster, I spot something else embedded in the wood. 3 pendants arranged in a triangle shape. Gemstone, material, metal, and this. Archive this. Gas fully. It had been many years since I performed the Rite of the Red Knives, but I can still remember every step. I'd do it one more time before I die if I could only get my hands on an Orford spire. I tried that place in our side. We saw it in horticulture. And they sent me here. Orford spire. So is everyone here a cultist? Is it a town of cultists? Let's see, Orford Spire. Oh, I passed it here. During the Rite of the Red Knives, an Orford Spire is fully submerged in goat blood for 9 days and 9 nights. When performed correctly, the rite is said to impact vitality and clarity of thought, although perhaps not for the goat. Okay, this thing looks really bloody. Is that it? Iron, grey metal fleckered with dark red. It's not rust, it's blood. Substance flakes off and leaves mark on my fingertips. I have nothing to remark or set a sound, and it has an energy about it. There is a symbol on it. Could it mean anything? I don't know. It's Isn't there one for vitality? No. So nothing at all. Just a symbol, I guess. Two of the points of the item are visible in the sketch. Closer inspection reveals dried blood, suggesting that it has been submerged. We find many items, don't we? Don't we, little Jupiter? Hello, Eli. I need to go away for a few days again. The Order of the Black Veil will have the information I'm looking for. They seek to understand the world beyond death, drinking an elixir that sinks them into a deep trance. If I'm right, they may be able to shed some light on these events. The only problem is, I burnt that bridge long ago. Could you hand me that Guise of Lillian? It won't be the first time I've used one to get around their hatred of me. So, does this disguise you? Guise of Lillian. These items can allow the bearer to pass unrecognized. If used for any length of time, the wielder can begin to lose their sense of self. The remains of bygone creatures have been used in thaumaturgy for centuries. from petrified teeth and bones to trilobites, ammonites, and devil's toenails. A Guise of Lilian is one such item that takes use of the ancient source of power. This looks like a seashell. Does this? I notice a slight out-of-body feeling, like my hands belong to somebody else. It appears to be a fossil creature. Yeah, that's definitely the one. Rebecca Rose. Hello. Oh, is that a cat? My eyes may have completely gone now, but it's good to know I still have my cat senses. I do hope I'm in the right place. My daughter told me about a shop that specializes in unusual items. My life joy has always been painting. Without that in my life, I'm afraid I'm a bit of a loss. I know that I will never see again, but is there anything in your collection that might help me paint again? I feel a little foolish for asking. It seems such a small thing, but to me, it means everything. Okay, so I have a decision to make. Ares Remnant or Spirit Eye? That doesn't sound too good. So, Ares Remnant. These objects induce a form of synesthesia, where colors and tones, light and shadow, can be felt through touch. They are sometimes used by those who work in low light conditions, such as miners. The gemstones in an Ares Remnant are arranged in the shape of the constellation that says its name. So that would really help, because you would feel colors. And then it's which one was it? The Spirit Eye, yes. Spirit Eye. There are some who stay away from spirit eyes, believing them to be a window into a world that should not be seen, and others who deride their fear as nothing more than superstition. It is not clear exactly what they do show, another layer beneath the visible world perhaps, a layer that requires something more than traditional senses to experience. They draw their power from the opposing symbols inscribed upon them. So we either give her the ability to paint again, or we give her a third eye. So I think that's how the story diverges from here. She either goes back to painting and lives a happy life, or she becomes a seer. Should I make her a seer? Let's see. I would like to have a seer. I don't want to drive her insane though. Oh, what the heck. Which one is... Oh, okay, so opposing symbols. Opposing symbols. What has symbols? Symbols here. I think it should be worn though. These protection and insanity, they're not exactly opposing symbols. And this has all the symbols, so they're not exactly opposing each other. And what about, yeah, what about this one? Dark green gemstone. Nothing to remark, but let's see. So it has a dark green gemstone, which is a mantic. Dark green striated. The fourth eye, stone of sight. Alright, what about symbology? Let's see. Oh, here's one. Hit. And gold. Quite opposing, I would say. let's see what happens to her. Clarence Hawker. Those ravens have done for 3 more poor buggers. 2 of them up at Calgas, and another fella, a fisherman. People are getting a bit panicky around here. Nothing natural about folk turning up with eyes all black like that. And now this fog too. With the nights drawing in and me working late, I refuse to walk down Holbrook Road without so much as a lantern. I had something nice and bright in mind. A sunbond. A sunbond is small and lightweight, designed to be carried discreetly, and made of a non-precious metal of some kind, housing a gemstone of light. They carry the warmth and the light of the sun, a brightness that can pierce the darkest gloom. Alright, so... gemstone. A gem of light. Gem of light. Yellow, orange, sometimes containing impurities, is the sunstone. Fire and light, heat and life. It's the amber. I like amber. This looks like amber. Has a leaf motif though. Sounds are muffled in its presence. No, I don't think that's the one. Nothing to remark. Nothing to remark. It feels a little warmer than I would expect, and it's polished. An orange gemstone and bronze. I think that's the one. This item has an amber gemstone, it is made of bronze, and it's strangely warm, so yeah. Audrey Bell. Bend your ear to the trees, hold your palm out to the wind. The ravens can feel it, can you? Something is stirring. I will need a Holgen Grim in the coming days. A Holgen Grim. What is a Holgen Grim? These eerie creations are worn by priests of Holgar in various rituals relating to death and the afterlife. The sacrament to ask for his protection, Wolfsong's truth to seek his judgment, path of the word to help the dead find their way. Okay, so, worn like a mask, as I see. So it is big enough. This looks like a mask. I thought at first it was bone, but it's in fact clay. Dark blue-green gemstone. Fills me with a sense of foreboding. What about the gemstone? It's a Vivianite, dark blue-green, a stone of death and decay. It grows in iron coffins and waterlogged corpses? Damn, that's awful. So, yeah, I think that's the one. It has the horns and everything. So the mask is an eerie item that can be worn. The sketch shows a priest wearing the mask with their back to us. Using the index we can find a sketch of Holger, whom the mask bears a striking resemblance. The gemstone is Vivianite, Stone of Death. Oh, a sketch of Holger. I didn't think of that. Holger. I would like to see that. Oh, that's the one. That's Holger. Holger wielding his twin axes. And that closes the day, I guess. End of day 5. Inside was the reason they had toiled so hard. A small black casket. A very valuable small black casket. They knew enough not to open it, but perhaps too little to fully understand the danger it posed. Stairs. Up the stairs, left, then left again. Second on the right is where I spent its night. Day 6, Tuesday. Raining again. Up the stairs, left, then left again. Oh, what stairs? Those stairs? These stairs, or... Yeah, those are the only stairs where you can actually go left. And then left again. Or here. Up the stairs. Then left. Left again. What if it's this one? These ones. Left, then left again. Second to the right is where I spent its night. So that looks like this one. The bedroom looks like it hasn't been used for some time. A thin layer of dust coats the furnishings and cobwebs decorate every corner. Pulling back the thin curtains lets some light in, but more importantly they reveal a macabre item that has been hiding on the windowsill all this time. Ooh. Helena Appleton. I can never get any peace in my house. When am I to find time to do my writing? I've tried beeswax, but that makes my ears sore, and besides, I can still hear the shouting and banging at all hours. I heard you might be able to help me. So it's St. John's Anvil. St. John's Anvil. These items have much in common with the St. John's poppy, plant of the same name, a fact that is reflected in their designs. They have quite different uses, however, whereas the plant helps to overcome deafness, an anvil will dampen the sound. They can even be turned to filter out certain noises, but allow others to be heard still. So like loops. I recently had something that Dampened, yeah, that one, dampened the sound. Sounds are muffled in its presence. Yeah, that's the one. The leaves in the design are similar to the leaves in the sketch of the plant. Closer inspection reveals that it does indeed muffle sounds. Barton Potter? You must be a thaumaturgist's apprentice. Oh, you know me. I bet he's a hard man to work under. He's helped me out more than once in the past, though. And speaking of the past, my eye has been aching again lately. That can't be a good sign. I'd be willing to make a fair trade for an Elva stone if you have one. Elva stone. How about it? Here. Elva stones can be used to relieve the discomfort caused by otherwise incurable ailments such as praxis or burning blood. The planetary metal used in these items is associated with the Selenic discipline, a connection that is also reflected in their design. So they look Selenic. Like this one? Oh, this one? Has an ethereal quality to it. Nothing to remark. Planetary metal. Silver. Silver is the moon. I mean, if we look at symbology, planetary metals, it's gold for the sun and silver for the moon. I think it's this one. The design features crescent moons, a reflection of the Selenic, and the metal silver. And he gave us something. That's nice. Really nice. Hello, Verona. I've been doing some reading. See what you make of this. That fisherman they found yesterday had been out at Wyatt Back, so I'm going to see if I can find anything out there. Here I go again, sticking my nose into trouble because I don't seem to be able to listen to what part of me that says, go put the kettle on and let someone else deal with it for a change. It's bloody-minded arrogance to follow that thought up with, but there isn't anyone else. But here we are, and here I am. They do it all wrong anyway. Yeah, such trust in humanity. Yeah. Francis Mason. I've been wearing a pendant that I found in the library and it does something to me. It gives me an appetite for reading that I cannot control. I was lost in the library for 3 days without eating or sleeping before I managed to take the pendant off and escape. It is rather pretty though. Someone told me I need a Kosic purifier and that this is the place to get one. Classic purifier. A small topaz gemstone, known as the Eye, is placed in a strong-smelling liquid, usually some potent barley spirit or vinegar. Small tokens such as rings or amulets perhaps submerged in the liquid and left for a full cycle of the moon are cleansed of simple imbued curses or hexes. Of course, there is a limit to the effectiveness of this process. We're looking something with vinegar or that other. Oh, vinegar. A cross. That one has a cross. And I think it has... yeah, the rattling sound. Something is inside the bottle. The label bears a symbol for vinegar. Closer inspection reveals that there is a small object rattling inside. Alright. One more happy customer. Simone Green. I've been working on something that you might find interesting. Did you know that nobody knows who built strange antiquities? It's a very old, perhaps the oldest building in Antomia according to some accounts. Even Eli doesn't know all of its secrets. I've been decoding a journal that he found. It's slow work, but I've made a bit of breakthrough recently. Have you discovered the planes below the counter? I have learned that they can be used to access the shop's hidden depths. And this journal holds some of the keys. Here's something I discovered late last night. See what you can make of it. Those planes? Alcove key, horn shackle, evocant, and then a moon something. The writing is dense and spidery, so it's not easy to decipher. Alright, so horn circle, an evocant, and moon something. Moon something. Selenic totem? Alright. Ho ho ho. That's a lot of stuff. These are for here. And those thingies. Okay, so that's it. Jim Wolf. After years of working in a thundering mill, I'm afraid I'm quite deaf now. I've tried St. John's Poppy, but I'm looking for a more permanent solution. I would love to be able to hear my niece's laughter. So, hearing charm. A simple trinket that amplifies sounds, while generally used by the hard of hearing. They are a curiosity that can be enjoyed by young and old alike. And of course, they have more devious applications too, making it possible to eavesdrop on private conversations. Hearing charms take the form of animals known for their hearing. Alright, so the only thing we have here is a bat, so let's see. It's iron, it has a black gemstone. It's cool. Every sound has become both louder and clearer. And what about the black gemstone? A black volcanic glass, stone of fire and fury. Well, I don't understand that, but... Oh. Wait, it was striped. It's this, an onyx, a stone of night and darkness. Some who fear it and some who are seduced. Alright. The shape of a bat and hearing. And that concludes the day. Maybe we can fix this table. I'm sure there's a pattern here. Oh, here it is. It repeats here. So this one goes after this. No. Ah, here. And what about it's after that for like, yeah, here. This one goes here, and we're still missing one. Come on. Let's see who we met up till today. So, Verona Green, the occult scholar. Verona has been a constant in Aldermere for as long as the streets have had cobblestones and the churches have had bell towers. She is respected and feared, which she revels in, and she is revered and admired, which she tolerates. Her knowledge of the occult world is second to none, and her expertise has steered the citizens of Aldermere away from catastrophe on more than one occasion. The near misses of the Selenic Flame and the Walking Dendru are two such events that spring to mind. She is of the opinion that no problem is so great, no obstacle so insurmountable, that it can be diminished by a properly brewed pot of tea. So, the Selenic Flame, is that another? The Walking Dendru is what happened in a strange horticulture. Is the Selenic Flame something else? Maybe another game? So the artist Rebecca Rose. Rebecca's eyes had deteriorated very quickly several years ago, and now she's just barely able to distinguish dark and light. This affliction has robbed her of the thing that brought her the most joy in the world. Painting. And yet it has not robbed her of her determination and her kindness or her love of life. When she learned of strange antiquities and that it might hold a way to restore her sight, she was hesitant. She never did anything without careful consideration, but eventually her desire to paint again won over, and she decided the risk was worth taking. Ah, yeah, Francesca. Growing up, Francesca's father was her hero. When he died suddenly, tragically, in a mysterious incident, nobody seemed able to be, or willing, to give her the answers she demanded, and she grew tired of being fed the same stories that she knew could not be true. As she entered adulthood, she learned how to find things out for herself, and what she learned opened her mind to a world she hadn't known existed, a world of occult melodies and dark articles. She learned about Tormus paralysis, Hobsphere, and Sapphicas, and she learned that these maladies could be cured. She is the doctor. The relic hunter, Barton Porter. Intelligent, affable, heroic. These are the words that Barton Potter would use to describe himself. Irresponsible, impulsive, and foolhardy are some of the more tasteful terms that those who have dealt with him might use. One thing is not in dispute. He knows how to track down objects, and he certainly knows their worth. He's also no coward, and he bears the scars to prove it. He's one of few who have ventured into the depths of the catacombs and lived to tell the tale. And tell the tale he does, at the slightest provocation. The priest, Audrey Bell. Followers of the warrior god Holger are not easy to come by, but they make up for the low numbers with zeal and grandiosity. Their priests have all the self-appointed authority of a village fete organizer, and the power struggles between cleric and acolyte are as bitter and hard-fought as many a debate about banning or kickstands. Oh, sorry. Audrey has strong opinions about death and the afterlife, perhaps forgetting that the god she follows is best known for sending thousands of people reluctantly to it, but had very little say about its substance. The librarian, Simone Green. Simone finished reorganizing the Ambleside Library and came to Andermere in search of a new challenge. She took up swimming in the lake after hearing about the health benefits of cold water, but soon found that she preferred the health benefits of warm blanket, a roaring fire, and a good book. She manages the collections of the Wordsworth Library, following in her mother's footsteps by taking a special interest in occult writings. And that's almost all of them, only one remains. We can end the day now, little Jupiter. End of day 6. At camp that night, one of the pair had awoken with pain in his left eye. He was alert to the threat at once, recognizing two things at the same time. One, a part of his mind was not his own, and two, the casket wanted to be opened. What is like the One Ring? The maiden in the tower points the way. I am buried among the trees. Day 7, Wednesday. The maiden in the tower. Godfrey's tower? I climbed the narrow winding stair to the top of the tower and I'm rewarded with views across Lake Andermere. I'm not alone in the tower. Standing in the center of the circular platform is a statue of a young woman, the maiden. Her outstretched arm points due east across the rooftops of Andermere and beyond. So straight across? So from here, east, in the woods, mossy wood, I mean it's the only wood. I find what I'm looking for in a small cavity carved into a sturdy oak tree. I look around, half expecting to see someone, but there is nobody there. I take my prize and leave, feeling my mood lifted by the smell of damp moss and the gentle rush of wind through the treetops. I walked up the Beck a mile or so in the cold and wet yesterday and found a section with a handful of dead fish floating in it, belly up, blackened they were. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I don't like it. I'm on my way to Calcutt Hall now. I spoke to Dr. Robertson earlier, and she said the 2 women they found there are still in the same state as the others, in a trance and eyes all black. Before I go, Anna Bryant asked me to drop this off. When we were kids, we used to explore an abandoned house on the lakefront. We take a boat out to the northern tip of Naylor Island and row across from there. You know the one I'm talking about, second from the left in the row of 4? I found myself outside its door 3 days ago, and I went inside for old time's sake. I wish I hadn't. It always had an ominous feel to it. It has taken me to the last 3 days to summon the courage to write this letter, but I think it's better you see for yourself what's out there. Yours in faith, Anna Bryant. Alright, so Naylor Island, that's Naylor Island, and across the lake from the top here, and it said second from the left in the row of 4. Those are 4. I don't know exactly what I was expecting to find. Anna's letter was quite vague after all, but I certainly wasn't prepared for this. In an alcove of the house, peering out through a loose mortar and crumbling brick, is a macabre shrine of sorts. The skull of a stag is mounted above the opening, its antlers smeared with a dark red substance, and large melted candles pull out into the wooden floor on either side. In the center of the altar, there is a small iron chest, rusted and fused to the floor. It's clear that it has been here for a long time. I do not see any hinge or keyhole or any way of opening it at all. But after a while I'll notice an inscription that says simply, "I open to the voice." So, I would guess because of the antlers, Cernunnos, the voice of Cernunnos. The chest opens to reveal a golden totem. I can't imagine who would have stashed it here or why, but it doesn't look like they're coming back for it anytime soon. The voice indeed. I apologize if this inquisition is an imposition to your disposition. It is not my intention to bring to your attention a matter of contention. I have an inclination to perform an incantation of flirtation. For your part, a leaden heart of the Thomic art. A leaden heart. These items depict the god Cernunnos in his non-human form. They are heavier than they look due to the core of lead hidden by a more modest exterior. They are said to kindle romantic interest and are sometimes given as wedding gifts. Well, Cernunnos is like, he has antlers, so it's like a stag. Alright, let's weigh it. It says it's quite heavy. And it is. Oh, you're not Eli. I'm returning an item he asked me to repair. The mechanism was mangled, but I've replaced all the springs and given it a clean. Good as new. Oh, what's this? Oh! The petals open. Wait. Didn't this thing... Yes, it has that flower. These are the patterns? Upper left, lower left, down, right. Let's see. Those are the ones, right? Oh, what do you know? It opens. Huh? On curses and their effects. A brief overview. Cool. It wasn't my intention to leave you unattended for this long, but I'm afraid that I'm going to need to rely on you for a little while longer. The Order of the Black Veil seemed more concerned by the ravens of the Black-Eyed State that Mr. Hungerford was found in. They said that it would take a very powerful force indeed to upset them like that. Unfortunately, they either weren't able or weren't willing to talk any further on the subject. I was hoping to avoid it, but I must go to Oxford and the Bodleian Library. I will be gone for a few days at least, perhaps longer, but you seem to be handling yourself well here. I do not see eye to eye with the head of collections at the Bodleian, but I do know that he takes an interest in horticulture. I will take him a Scythian charm to smooth things over between us. Scythian charm. Older Scythian charms are carved out of wood, but the more powerful designs make use of the planetary metals. No two are identical. They are used by horticulturists to encourage stubborn plants to thrive. They change with the weather, usually quite cold, but warm and tingly to the touch while it's raining. So today is raining. This has leaves. It's cold, silver. Gold and silver, warm and vibrating with energy, now that it's raining. Cool, so that's the one. What if I put it over a... Maybe I'll try it later. Try to invigorate the plants. Well, it's moving, but they're always moving, don't they? Anyway, I mean, that's the one, so... I'm at a loss with his patients. They aren't responding to anything I've tried so far, and I haven't been able to find anything in the literature that fits their symptoms. I am finding that they become violent if they aren't restrained, and they are always trying to leave. If nothing else, Drenthium tea from a restful method might get a moment of lucidity out of them, but if you've got any ideas, then I'm all ears. So I have two decisions to make: restful method and witch's finger. So which one is which? A Mether is a thaumaturgist linked to the inner mind. A hot teammate from the Dranthrian planet is a trunk from them, taking different properties depending on the type of Mether. This particular type can be used to enter a meditative state and bypass the rush and clutter of consciousness, promote a clarity of thought. Alright. And what about the other one? The witch's finger. Witch's fingers are said to be the severed digits of the Witch of Undermere. They are capable of inflicting intense pain, but the goal is supposedly purification of the body. A most unpleasant experience, but a last resort that has cured some and finished off others. The High Green Church, the home of the witch. So if I go to the Green Church... Where is the Green Church? The High Green Church, it's number 4. The church is old and the roof is in need of repairs. Moss and lichen add splashes of color to the otherwise grey exterior. I wander around to the back of the church where an old yew tree stands. Its gnarled branches scratch gently against faded gravestones in the breeze. The pastor strays into my moment of quiet reflection and departs some local lore. The tree is known as the Witch of High Green Church, and there are those that believe it to have natural powers. While the tree leaves, the witch's finger cut from the limbs are alleged to provide healing through pain. So it's a tree branch, like this one. It has the symbol of the moon, and is that the symbol of the witch? So the witch's finger is more violent, but it does a job, and restful Mether gives clarity. So I will try the Mether. But which one is the restful Mether? These look like those. Which one is it? This one has stones. Looks like an amethyst, so let's see. A stone of containment. Probably that could do the trick. And that's the end of the day. Ain't that right, Jupiter? End of day 7. He knew what he had to do. Without hesitating, he took hold of his diverging hook and used it to cut away the infected part of his mind before it could spread and consume him entirely. Well, that's violent. I am closest to the sunset, but furthest from the sunrise. Day 8, Thursday. So I think that's from the castle. It looks like a tower. It does have towers, right? Hardwick Tower, Fun. Okay. I'm closest to the sunset. So, West Tower. Furthest from the sunrise. Hardwick Tower? No, must have taken the wrong turn. Oh no. Let's try again. Wasting my time. The view from the tower is quite beautiful, but it's what I find inside that catches my attention. In the middle of the room is an unlocked wooden chest, and within that, not one, but two smaller wooden chests, along with a cryptic scrap of paper. The Earning Seal. Object made from silver. Okay, I'll keep it here. As if I didn't have enough on my plate right now, my sister Bonnie has been acting strange lately. She never got over the death of her father. She's always blamed Mr. Porter for his role in it, and now, with all this happening, she's got it in her head that he's behind it somehow. I'm worried she's going to do something stupid. If she comes in here, whatever you do, do not give her anything dangerous. I want to give her a keepsake to let you know that she's still loved. I've seen people gifting one another wooden totems, but I don't know what they're called. Alright, so a wooden totem. The Selenic totems? Which one was it that made you feel loved? Let's see love. The Selenic totem. That's the one. Thank you. Unfortunately, I have some bad news to say. Jack Hungerford was not responded well to the Tranthium tea. If anything, he appears to have sunk deeper into the trance. I daren't try anything else in case I make things worse. Damn it. So maybe I should have given the witches finger. But anyway, what's done is done. Hey, Jupiter? Those silly sods at Colcuth Hall wouldn't let me in to look around. It seems I've upset the little lord who lives there at some point in the past. Allegedly, I refused to perform an exorcism on his haunted halls. He didn't like my suggestion that it might be the local kids playing pranks on him because he's mean old kids. I'm not so easily put off though. Do you have a Tenebran clock I could use this evening? I've got some snooping to do. So yeah, Tenebran clock. So she wants to sneak in the castle, the Colcuth Hall. Upon activation, a Tenebran clock can create a sphere of enshrouding darkness that will clock all within its reach. A single stone set in bronze gives power to these totems. A single stone set in bronze. Oh, the Moonstone. Early opalescent, usually pink or off-white. A stone of protection and enveloping night. I think I have only one thing like that. This one. I have nothing to remark. It's gold, light pink gemstone. And it is a cat. Cats are associated with the night, right? It's not that. So nothing else? Tenebran cloak. Stone in bronze. A single stone in bronze. Although this also has that stone. Is that the one? Not to the slightest. Oh my god, the dread. Create a sphere of shrouding darkness. So if I take it close to... If I take stuff close to the light... Okay, let's see. No. I'll just take this. Nothing? That's also a stone set in bronze. It has different stuff around it. It's not a moonstone. Okay, this also has a moonstone. Oh no, it doesn't have a moonstone. This did. But it's not the one. So which one is it? Could it be this one? But it's not a stone in bronze. Or is it? A pinkish gemstone, bronze, and damn, that's the one. I bumped into Eli at the station yesterday before he left for Oxford. His train was late, so we had a brief chat, and he suddenly remembered something he wanted to tell you. I told him I'd pass on the message. In other news, I've got a little something for you if you're interested. I keep forgetting to mention it would be helpful for you to read Dr. Robertson's booklet on curses. Oh yeah, I've done that before. Very rare. Worth a lot to someone in your line of work, I imagine. And all I'm asking for in return is a Valent. Valand. The holes in Valand are of roughly equal size and spacing. They are used by the adventurers to help them find their way. A curious pulse can be felt where its power concentrates. Valand. Holes. That one has holes. Stone. Oh, a new area. That's nice. What have you done to me? I wish I'd never come to this shop. I have pulled back the curtain and found a world of darkness and despair. My blind eyes are more open than yours have ever been. The old gods reach out through the tall stones, but we have forgotten their names and their tongue. Something stirs a slumber. They want something from us. I wish I'd never come here, and yet I feel more alive than I have in a long time. I will let you know if I see more with the spirit eye. So I made a seer. I feel like I'm going crazy here. I know who's behind this madness, all these people with pitch black eyes. But nobody's listening to me. I've seen it happen before. 7 years ago, my father died the same way. Well, since nobody will listen, I'm going to take care of it myself. A Corvin's might, please. I'll be on my way. Another choice. Grace or Corvin's might. Corvin's might. Grace. So that's a sister. We were told to not give her anything dangerous. Did you say that she was after Potter? Mr. Potter. And that's the one. He's not the best fella. He's missing an eye. He probably... Oh. So that's the guy from the story. That's the guy from the story. And that other guy is the father of Robertson? Alright, so what do I do? Either Grace, which is, well, Grace. Worn as a pendant to dispel melancholy, they share the design of a shadow catcher. And the one she asked. Corvin's Might. A Corvin's Might, sometimes called an Eagle's Gift, is an assassin's tool and makes use of Waxic power. When the warrior Queen Corvan was surrounded and close to defeat, a gift came to her from an unlikely source. With it she turned the tide of battle and the legend of the Bloody Queen was born. This object may pay homage to the Bloody Queen's gift. So I either help her and destroy Mr. Potter. You know what? No, I don't like violence so much. So let's give her a grace. The design of Shadowcatcher. The Shadowcatcher is the Shadowhold. They have the same design. I think it's, yeah, this looks like the one. Don't insult me, thaumaturgy. This isn't some depression that can be cured with your little trinkets. I will get hold of Corvin's Might. Not if I can help it. And with that, we end day 8. As his mind roiled in confusion, he watched through his remaining good eye as his partner lunged towards the satchel that contained the casket. To his horror, he saw that his partner's eyes were black. Okay, I think that's the shape of a tomb. Day 9, Friday. First things first, we explore. So which one has this shape? Yeah, that's the one. I squeeze through a partially collapsed passageway and emerge in a small chamber. Glinting in the flickering torchlight, I catch sight of a pendant draped across an old gravestone. Wait, where's Jupiter? Jupiter's gone. Oh damn. My awakening ceremony takes place at the Coven tomorrow. I will need a talon. An Amphisian talon. The League of the Amphisian Heart uses these items as part of its Grim initiation rite. They guard the secrets closely, but it is said that they worship the ancient nameless gods, communing with them via the broken path. Acolytes must press the tip of a talon hard against the cheekbone to the point of drawing blood. They perform this act nightly for 49 days, 7 sevens, after which the scar will forever mark them. And this is an initiate of the League of the Amphisian Heart. It's like 2 nails. That talon? Makes me feel uneasy. I don't like it. Hard and worryingly sharp. Are they real severed figures? Surely not. This is a gold. Yeah, I think that's the one because it resembles, it has the same symbol. So, yeah. Oh, where's Jupiter today? I always look forward to coming in to say hello to him. I've been working my way through the journal, but it's heavy going. I keep coming back to this series of sketches. Does this mean anything to you? Could it relate to the plains? Oh, yes, indeed. Could these are the fields? I haven't activated it yet. Oh, there you are. I've come back for that Kova's might, and I'm not taking no for an answer this time. I want a Coven's might. Either you give it to me or you never see your cat again. Take it to the woods behind Calgarth. So that's your game. Alright. The woods behind Calgarth. Where's Calgarth? "25 Calgarth Hall." 25, 25, that's the one. That's close enough, says a voice from the shadows. Give me the Kova's might and I'll return your cat. I peer into the gloom, but I can't see anyone amongst the trees. I hesitate. I should give her what she wants, but then again, I'm a thaumaturgy. I don't always have to do what people want. Perhaps there is a better way to find out where Jupiter is. So, one is the Kova's might, as she asks, and the other is the diverging hook. So what's the diverging hook? The diverging hook is a way to carve thoughts from the mind of another. If done with skill, the third party may have no realization that the thought has ever there at all, but it is all too easy to leave mind in disarray. Even when approached with care, the unanchored thoughts are easy to lose track of. They have a single gemstone from each of the three thaumic branches. So, Turing, Basic, and Dradic? Romantic? This one has 3. This one has 3. This also has 3. Pale yellow, an orange, and a turquoise. Anchor between body and mind. The sunstone. And a light orange. A stone of strength. Could this be the one then? I focus my attention on the diverging hook, searching the woman's mind hurriedly for one thought relating to Jupiter. It doesn't take long for her to realize that something is wrong. She steps out from the shadows with an enraged look on her face and lunges at me, causing me to slice widely with the diverging hook. Her feelings of anger flow through the hook into me and scatter. She stumbles forwards, confused now, but I try again, this time latching onto a swirling image of Jupiter's face, and I cut once more. I learn instantly that Jupiter is safely stowed aboard the Mary Bell, and I back away uncertainly. feeling a complex mixture of anger and pity at the now placid woman in front of me. So that's where Jupiter is. The Maribel is the 23. That's the Maribel. The Maribel is an old paddle steamer that hasn't been working condition for many years. There is nobody on board, or nobody that can see at least. I can see. So I climb over the railing and start peering through grimy windows. As I approach the far side of the boat, I hear a desperate crying coming from behind a windowless door. I try the handle, it opens to reveal an unimpressed cat with mismatched eyes, Jupiter. He springs from his prison into my arms. I hold him tight to my chest, and he rubs my chin with the back of his head, purring with delight. Oh, you're back, Jupiter. I think I've been cursed. 2 weeks ago, I was quietly minding my own business in the guilty realm when a stranger came up to me. He handed me a book titled The Changes of Dr. Lelmoth before leaving. Something about it intrigued me enough to take it home with me. Ever since I read the first page, I've been having terrible nightmares, and they're getting worse. I spoke to Dr. Robertson. She sent me here. So, this sounds like a curse. Noctic sight. Those suffering from this curse speak of increasingly vivid nightmares. So, that's the one. Let's see. Do we have anything in the index? Noctic sight. Moonstone Guardian. For the banishment of hope, fear, and noctic sight. These tend to take the form of a comforted guardian. Well, there's nothing more comforting than a cat. There's not much that can unsettle me these days, but I found something at Golgarth Hall that I'd rather I hadn't. In the cellar where they found those two poor girls, I came across a bubbling black mess that was oozing from the rock itself. Seems there is a sickness in Undermere. It's in the earth and the water, and it's spreading. I suppose it falls to me to find out where it's coming from. If it's underground, then underground's where I'll start. See if I can find anything in the catacombs. I realize now that I've been a little careless. I've been getting headaches. I won't go into the catacombs without a sextrum. Sextrum. Protects against insanity in all its forms. These items, like the mind itself, are not well understood. Protection and insanity. Just a little while ago, I found it. Yes, this is a symbol of protection, and that is a symbol for insanity. And it has 6 points, so a sextrum. And that's the end of the day. End of day 9. He tried to use a diverging hook on his partner as he had done on himself, but he could find no part of him that had not been taken over by the infection. His partner's hands ripped at the satchel, tearing it open and sending the black casket tumbling out. Below a moon that does not shine, there is no mark upon my shrine. In the dark, but not alone, my neighbor bears a cross of stone. Day 10. Saturday. So, below a moon that does not shine. I would say that's something to do with a tomb, so I guess we need to get to the catacombs. Let's explore. First things first, we always explore. Let's get to the catacombs. A moon that does not shine. Well, there are a lot of moons carved in tombstones, so I guess that would be a clue. No mark upon my shrine, so there is a tomb that has nothing on it. In the dark, but not alone. My neighbor bears a cross of stone is a cross. Well, a lot of crosses here. So we're looking for two tombs. Oh, yeah. So that's... But this does bear a mark of 1511. So is that really the one? Well, the neighbor does have a cross. I don't see another one. Oh yeah, that below a moon that does not shine. So the tomb above it has a moon. This has no markings whatsoever, and the neighbor does have a marking of 1755 and a cross. So I guess that's the one. I find the blank tombstone without too much trouble, but there is nothing else here. Feeling foolish, I begin to make my way back to the surface, when suddenly I see it tucked away in a natural crack in the rock wall. A stone totem. This is what I came for. Isn't that the symbol of strength? That's a symbol of strength, right? So I guess that's a good one. They don't all fit here. You're a mask. Where should I put you? Maybe here? Here, all alone? I would really like to see if this helps plants. So maybe I'll put it close to see if it helps the plant. Maybe put it here and the plant here. See if it helps. Ah, Jupiter! Don't throw away those plants. He really likes doing mischievous things. I love that. So good, Jupiter. Catherine Walpole. I have travelled a long way searching for an eye of the forest. I have read stories of the Dreyer of old who would hunt in partnership with an eagle, seeing what they see, soaring on the wind. I intend to rekindle this lost custom. Perhaps you know something about it. So that's the Eye of Cernunnos. So Eye of Cernunnos is probably looking through, you know, like in Game of Thrones, that the children see stuff through their wolves. Here is the Eye of Cernunnos. Known as the Eyes of the Forest, these ancient artifacts enable one to enter the minds of lesser creatures. It is alleged that Cernunnos himself wielded an eye. Eyes of Cernunnos are hard to come by. They are powerful and should not be used carelessly. So I would guess it's really, really good. Let's see. They don't show what it looks like, but what if I say, from the voice of Cernunnos, does he have something that resembles the eyes? He does have this stuff. Could it be? So it's a green gemstone. Green gemstones are mantics, so they have a mantic field, and that means that they are of the mind. Dark good, sense of touch, rough. It has a pleasant scent that reminds me of the forest. And nothing to remark here. I would believe that this could be the eyes, because it's like a crystal ball, right? So through a crystal ball you see stuff. So probably you see into the forest and you smell through the forest, like the birds and the animals and everything. Using the index in the book, I can find a sketch of Cernunnos holding an item that looks very similar to this one. The jade gemstone, a stone of nature, hints at the connection to the natural world. Alright, more pages for the book. We helped another person, didn't we? David Sheffer again. Hello David, I was expecting to talk with Verona Green this morning, but she wasn't at home. Unusual for her. I hope she's okay. I hope so too, Dave. If you can spare the time, we'd appreciate your help. There is something unusual in our house. You can't miss us. We're the only detached house on Ruskin. Warmest regard, Mrs. R. Bring. Alright. The only detached house on Ruskin. So it's gonna be Ruskin Street, I bet. Ruskin Street. Where is it? There it is. And it's the only detached house, so this one, I bet. Or this one. Oh, this is a lot of houses, I think, so this one. Yes. I am greeted by a tired-looking middle-aged woman who immediately offers me tea. I gracefully accept and join the social ritual before we meander towards the point of my visit. She leads me up the stairs and into the attic. A single small window does little to dispel the gloom, but our eyes slowly adjust. Then we hear the voices. At first I think it's the house creaking in the wind, soft, murmuring groans that seem to come from the walls themselves, but then I start to feel as though a conversation is happening, too quiet to make any sense of. I think that calls for a sound amplifier, and that is the hearing charm. With the hearing charm, I suddenly find myself able to pick up every small sound without difficulty. The whispered voices become clearer, and my heart beats faster as I hear what they are saying. They are discussing a section of the wall where some of the bricks are loose. Carefully I pull them away to reveal a small cavity. Inside, to my horror, is a human skull, its dark eyes staring lifelessly back at me. At the insistence of the voices, I reach inside the cavity and my hand closes around an unusual looking item. Immediately the voices fall silent, and my heightened senses are left with the whooshing drumbeat of the blood being pumped around my body. This is interesting. Greenville Pierce. My father's sword has a space in the hilt where a shimmer should go, but he sold it to buy whiskey a long time ago. For whatever reason, he never did sell the sword itself. I want to restore it to its former glory. Oh, yeah, damn those people with their little habits. Alright, shimmer. Here it is. These belong to a series of objects that were designed to slot into armor or weaponry. They induce calm rage in the face of the unimaginable... Oh, sorry about that. They induce calm rage in the face of the unimaginable horrors of battle, allowing the bearer to stay one step ahead. The Knight of Thorns famously wore a shimmer on his chest plate, but it didn't save him from being slain in the Battle of Sotherfell in 1356. Armor worn by the Knight of Thorns. There is something missing here, so maybe that's where the object would be placed. It looks like it has 3 round areas over a center circular piece. So that's what we're looking at, I guess. Do I even have something like that? Do I have something like that, maybe? No, this isn't it. Where could that object be? Which one is it? This looks a lot like it could be that, but it looks like there's something here to be inserted. Okay, let's see. Okay, this pendant would fit into the slot shown in the sketch. Yeah, indeed. The topaz and obsidian gemstone hint at calm rage. Ah, yeah, I forgot to check on the gemstones. Whereas the malachite suggests foresight. I'm staying one step ahead. Yeah, indeed. I really stayed on the shape and the look. I should have seen the gemstones, yes. You know, for history's sake, let's do it. Jade. No. It has malachite, I said. Here it is. Amantic. Dark green. Striated. The fourth eye is stone of sight, yeah. And then it's obsidian. A stone of fire and fury, and topaz a stone of strength. So yeah, makes total sense. Freddy Lamp. Hello, Freddy. I work at the steel mill in Keswick, and I don't think there's one of us that hasn't suffered a nasty burn. Do you have anything that can protect against that sort of thing? I sure do. Something to protect against fire. Or something like fire. I need protection, so... Oh, fire. Yeah, fire. Siren Ward. Made from basilic scales, a material known to endure intense heat, these unusual objects can permit the bearer to withstand fire and flame and remain unarmed. They do not, however, offer protection against the deadly basilisk itself. And that's a basilisk, so the scales are highly prized. And if I remember, I have something that looks a bit scaly, like this one. It also has 3 stones. Those look like obsidians, which is fire and fury, volcanic. Obsidian is volcanic. And this looks like amber or topaz. It could be topaz. Stone of strength. Or it could be amber. Yeah, it looks more like amber. So I think that's the one. The item features the basilisk scale, yeah, here it is. The amber and obsidian gemstones hint at a connection to fire, so that's the one. Thanks. My wife will be relieved. I found this down the side of the counter here just now while I was waiting. Don't know if it's anything important or not. Oh, thank you. That's where you were. That's the last piece of the table. Well, what do you know? Well, hello there. What are you? This closes it? Yeah. I could see the fields, I guess. What if I put some of those? Like, let's try this one. It says Diurnic Seal, so let's see the Diurnic field first of the day. Big circle here, small circle down the center, and this diamond shape. So, oh, yeah. So that's a Diurnic Seal. So that geonic field, well, it's not one of those. So objects have a field, right? Oh, that's a geonic field. Alright, so I can always identify the fields from this. So these could help me identify the fields and then recognize what kind of fields those objects emit. And so for example here, this is for these things, I would guess, which is the spiral, or then 3 circles, and then this, which is a different type of field. What kind of fields are those though? I guess I would have to check on every one. Let's see the celestial one. So Selenic. It has this one here. So that's a Selenic one. Alright, it's the number 3 here. Alright, okay, next is the Dredic of the Earth. I will change these here and here. So that's the Dredic, it's number 2 here. Alright, and then what else? Diurnic of the day, we saw that, and then it's Noctic of the night. It is with this one. Yeah, big circle here, small circle there. Oh, so that's a Noctic, the first one here. And then it's Mantic and Wyxic, of the mind and of the body. The Mantic is with that kind of diamond, like a prism, an uneven prism. So it's this one, and the circles are on the far ends. Yes, that's a Mantic. All right, and the Wyxic is almost inverted. This comes here and this comes here. Oh, that's the Wyxic. Oh, correct. Okay. I think I know. I think I understand them now. So we need 3 items, and one has that field, which is Noctic. This is a Wyxic. We need a Noctic, and we need a Selenic, and we need. Let's see. This is Diurnic. We need a Dredic. This is a Noctic, so this goes here. Now we need a Dredic. Oh, this looks like a Selenic one, but it's odd. Alright, you go there. And I need a Dredic now. Yeah, that's you. Oh. Alright. Well, hello. It shows like something like a plant and the moon and gold detailing laid over the stone, so it's just gilded. It's warm and smooth. Nothing to remark on set or sound or inner perception. All right. So that can be archived, and now that's the only one. Alright. So this one remains, but I don't have the other one. Okay, I think I can close this now for a while. Audrey Bell. Judgment is coming. We worship the warrior not out of love, but because he is powerful. Because he demands our fear. What use is a god that you are not afraid of? Those of us who have read Holgar's teachings have known about the prophecy for a long time, and now the casket will finally be opened. It contains his final lesson for those who will not kneel. It contains his retribution against the sinful. It contains his divine rage. My preparations are on the way to celebrate his wrath and prove our devotion. For now, a veiled fen is all I require. A veiled fen? So what is a veiled fen? A veiled fen is brightly colored in the light, but it clouds over after a short period in total darkness. They can be used to command attention from individuals or small groups of people. Public speakers sometimes use them as a substitute for charisma. So that's what she needs to rally up her cult, I would guess. So what do I do? Just put items and... Okay, what haven't I recognized yet? Wait. If the public speakers use them, that means they wear them, right? Brightly colored in the light. So we need something that is brightly colored. Okay, what is brightly colored? The pendants, mostly. This is the Eye of Cernunnos, so nothing. This is brightly colored. A devil glows in total darkness. I have something here that can make total darkness. This one. So let's put you here. Alright, so what other thing haven't I? This, but it's not brightly colored. This is bright, but it's a Visager. Alright, these are brightly colored. Alright, this is also brightly colored, but not too bright. Just a Spirit Eye. This is... Okay, so that leaves this one. This doesn't look that bright. I mean... Doesn't look like it's shining, but oh well. So let's see. Which one of you will be clouded? Oh, that was easy. Well, hello. This item is brightly colored, and when placed in darkness, the drawer or cupboard, for example, the eye darkens. Let's put you back. End of day 10. The two men fought as the heavens opened and lightning flashed across the night. One man wrested the casket from the other's grasp and leaped to strike his horse, galloping off into the cold, wet darkness. A triangle. Okay, so that's 3 places at once. Day 11, Sunday. First things first, we explore. Okay, this looks to scale. I guess I would need to find the places though. That's interesting. I have a hard time finding that. Maybe because it's a town. Towns are tricky when they have so many houses and streets. Oh, it's raining heavily. This looks like that. Yeah, but it's slightly tilted, so it's from here to here. Oh, that's the one. No, it's actually... This is odd. Alright, so... This one. Where's the other one? This one. So that's a triangle. Where is the center? That either this one or this one. Those two are at the center. I would say this one. Alright. So, when I draw back the curtain, I am unable to control my exclamation of horror. Behind the dark red velvet is a silent, squirming, seething mass of eyes, all shiny and wet and alive. Fear takes hold before my mind catches up and I understand what I'm looking at. And when I do, I realize that it is looking right back at me. The object I'm looking for sits on a small shelf below, and the eyes watch as I snatch it and get out of there as fast as I can. Oh, that's a totem, all right. Sarah Barrington. We think we finally located the wreck of the Orion out in the lake. Sadly, our funding has run out and we can't afford expensive diving equipment. But we put our heads together and wondered if there was another way. You're our last hope. So something to breathe underwater. I understand now that this is one of the possibilities, yes. Breathe. Ascus. An ascus allows the bearer to breathe underwater. The sensation is said to be most unusual since it requires one not to breathe at all. Those that use an ascus for extended periods sometimes forget to breathe once they are back on dry land and subsequently pass out. The core of the item is cold to the touch, but the ring, sometimes called the halo, stays warm. That's really interesting. So the ascus just uses your lungs to breathe in and out without you breathing. So it's like it recycles the air, or it holds air and gives it to you. Weird supernatural items. I love that. This looks like an ascus, and if I remember, it was weird to the touch. It's cool and smooth, but this is surprisingly warm. I mean, it glows. It's the only thing that doesn't look like anything else at all. Oh, what did I do? Oh, did I change? Okay. Yeah, I think that's the one. For some reason it's glowing brightly. Maybe that's because it's for underwater purposes. The item has a ring, and closer inspection reveals the ring is warm, whereas the rest of the item is cold. So yeah. Oh, Rebecca Rose. The Spirit Eye has revealed more. I now know what these nameless gods are after. It's a box of some kind. They have no name for it, but they say we call it the Nalian Casket. They can feel its power and they want it for themselves. They're afraid it's going to be opened, that all its power will spill out and be wasted. Not that they care what happens to humanity in the process. I know this sounds like the ramblings of a mad old lady. I know people look at me and they see weakness and frailty, but I'm not wrong about this. Goodness me, this is all quite exciting. Is it always like this around here? Gave her a new purpose. Painting was her life, but now it's being a seer. That's interesting. The casket, Nalian casket. Do I have anything like that here? Nothing of the sort. But that's interesting, because if the gods want it, it's quite powerful. But it will be wasted in human hands, that's what they mean. I am close, but I need more power. I need St. Cedric's thunder, and quickly, while this storm is raging. Why would you want that? St. Cedric's thunder. St. Cedric's thunder is used to store the power of a single thunderclap. Alchemists have been trying to harness this power for centuries, and there are rumors that some have indeed successfully used it to transmute base metals into gold. They are placed on tops of mountains to charge them during storms. Gemstones can be used to prevent the charge from waning over time. That's interesting. So what could be St. Cedric's thunder? Most probably something that must contain it, so it's a container. I'm sure of it. These look like containers. Engraved symbol. Nothing. Nothing. Purple gemstones. Okay, let's see what this engraved symbol is. here it is. Thunder! What do you know? And the purple gemstones, those look like amethysts, so... Yeah, Stone of Containment. Well, containing thunder. That's it. Symbol of thunder appears on the clasp, and amethyst gemstones can be used to prevent the charge waning. So what would you want some thunder on your hand? Hello, Francesca. I've been trying to get a hold of an Umbra. Before she vanished, Verona said it might have something to do with my patience. It had almost slipped my mind, but then I remembered that there's one right here, in Strange Antiquities. Eli told me himself he keeps it locked behind a ethereal key. Okay, let's see. First, what is an Umbra? These items cause metal fog, a withering of intellect and thought. They are slow to work, requiring several hours to have any effect. Through prolonged use, they can cause the whites of the eyes to turn black and the subject to become deeply disoriented. They produce a noctic field. So, what Verona meant is that probably the Umbras are used for that. But what if not? Anyway, so that needs an behind an ethereal key. So what is an ethereal key? Oh, here it is. An ethereal key is designed to be hidden from prying eyes. When activated by moving the object in circular motion, the key is revealed by its gemstone of light. These are rare items and not generally known about outside of Thaumic circles. Gemstones of the Night Power, the Concealment Charm. Gemstones of the Night Power, Concealment Charm. Okay, so Gemstones of Concealment, Containment, it's purple. Peace and safety, yeah, that's Anchor, Stone of Sight, Stone of Protection and Enveloping Night, that could be one. And then, yeah. Alright, so what do I have? I didn't see this one. This does nothing. This also does nothing. This doesn't even have gemstones. What about this one? There's gemstones of containment. This is a visage, visager. This diverging hook. This? No. Oh, it has... wait. Orange gemstone, black gemstone, pinkish gemstone. Stone of Fire and Fury. Orange, Fire and Light. So it has a Stone of Light, a Stone of Concealment, and a Stone of Fury. Oh! It is a key, alright. That was the only place that it haven't been. Alright, so... oh, we have a few things here. Okay, there are a few things here that... Oh dear me. Alright, let's see. Alright, so an umbra. Item. So like a totem? It's not a pendant or a charm. They have an optic field. So... Okay, so it's not a charm. So this... It's rough. Let's check on the symbols first. So this is paralysis. Oh. Oh, it has a symbol here. What kind of symbol is that? Hypnosis. Oh. That's a symbol of Holgen, right? Clay, bone, and gold. Alright, what about those two? That symbol is weakness. What about this one? Confusion. And what did the Amber say it did? It said that you are disoriented, so it's confusion, alright? So I would guess it's this one. That's the Umbra. Symbol of confusion across its face matches the description of causing mental fog. Produce technoctic field. Oh, I didn't check it. I didn't check the noctic field. But you know, symbology is strong. I mean, if it is about confusion in the mind, the face, I mean... There it is, noctic field. Oh, Bonnie again. You. I know you from somewhere. I don't remember why, but this shop is important somehow. I'm sorry, and I'm not making any sense. I haven't been myself. I'll leave you be. She looks having a memory loss. Peter Leland. They found some poor soul washed up in the lakeshore. An older lady, by the sounds of it. Drowned. But that's not the worst of it. Her eyes were all black, just like those others. I'm not taking any chances with the water around here. I'll take a bones guard. Bones guard? Does it help with the water? A small item known as a bones guard can be placed in any liquid to render it safe to drink. King Cedric the Meek was well known to be terrified of being poisoned, and so always drank from the same goblet and always placed the bones guard inside. He was stabbed to death in 1203. These objects bear the mark of the antidote. And that's the goblet of King Cedric the Meek. And is that the symbol of the antidote? Let's see. Antidote, antidote, antidote. So this is poison. No symbol for the antidote. Yeah. No symbol of the antidote. No, that wasn't a symbol. But that's a symbol of poison, so maybe inverted? And it's a small item, right? So could be really anything. I mean, that has weakness. That's an umbra. That's the only other thing that has symbols with this. But this is the symbol of strength. So what? I just saw it. Come on. Yeah, inverted poison. So that's probably it. And it's in the stomach, so the symbol resembles a symbol of a poison read upside down and with a line under it. It can be inferred that this is the mark of the antidote. I'm afraid I can't pay you, but I can offer a trade if you'll accept it. Well, why not? This looks nice and I accept it. I accept your offer. Right, Jupiter? And with that, the day has ended and the shop is for now closed. I don't think I have anything else to do for this day. End of day 11. The rider was lucky. He made it to Backbarrow and found refuge there and was nursed back to health. He would later discover his left eye was permanently blackened, like his partner's eyes had been. To my left, the day. To my right, the night. Alright. Let's see. Day 12, Monday. First things first, we explore. To my left, the day. To my right, the night. So we need symbols for that. I hear birds, so it's a nice day outside, right? To my left, the day. To my right, the night. This is a symbol of the day. But there is no symbol of the night. So maybe it's in the tomb? Alright, let's see. To my left, the day. To my right, the night. Oh! This one. This is the symbol of the night, the moon. And the symbol of the day, the sun. And here is the one in the middle. I find the row of 3 tombs in the upper levels of the catacombs. The cool darkness is strangely calming at times down here, and I sit for a while in quiet contemplation. When I rouse from my thoughts, I look down on my feet and I find an item there. Had it been there all along? I never noticed it when I sat down. It feels a little warmer than I would expect. It's gold, darkened gold. Wood, oak, if I'm not mistaken. And that's gold, and that's gold. So it's an oak and gold. Hard but smooth. It makes a soft tinkling sound when it moves. And nothing to remark on perception. Oh yeah, the sound. So what kind of symbol is that? Deception. Interesting. Really interesting. Oh, look at the day outside. So clear. So clear. Look at that. The birds are flying. Oh, not my... That's nice. Not even missed out. Hey, David. I've been hearing worrying rumor about Verona Green. They're saying she drowned in the lake. That was Verona? I hope for all our sakes they're wrong. It could be another older lady. According to family legend, an ancestor of mine hid an item of thermic significance in burial chamber. It has never been found, but not for lack of trying. I was tempted to search for it myself until I learned that it was in the catacombs in a place known as the Hall of Shields. Perhaps it's better to leave it to those who know what they're doing. Regards, MBM. So, that's a call for adventure. Okay, so the catacomb. Oh, yeah, that was easy. That looks like a hall of shields. Has a lot of shields here. It has a symbol. As I descend further in the catacombs, a strange sensation comes over me. It is not fear, although fear is mixed with it. With cold clarity I know at once what it is. I have entered an area known as the Depths, a place where few have been, and few have returned from. Not even Paldeans can clear the air here and render it safe to breathe, but there is a way. Slate miners inhale the vapors produced by a spirit called a Watering Shroud. They say it invigorates their senses, it stays the mind rot that would otherwise consume them. It would be dangerous to continue exploring down here without following their lead. So, at first, I think I need the Watering Shroud. So, let's see. I don't have it? Ah, Wandering Shroud. Alright, there's a shield charm and a spirit vault. Okay, the shield charm. Yeah, it does say that Wandering Shrouds are not affected by it, so yeah. Spirit vault. A spirit vault, also known as Voided Chamber, is a receptacle used to store a Wandering Shroud. The interior is lined with a paste made from sulfur, hence the nickname. They are not considered dangerous since shrouds tend to be benign, but on occasion they do not take kindly to being restrained. A faint vibration of the receptacle can be felt when a shroud is held within. Alright, so I need a container, a vault. An unpleasant sensation on the back of my skull. Nothing to remark. Smooth. With gold leaf. An unpleasant sensation. That's the symbol of time. I don't think it's about the shroud. The other container is this one. It has a concealment gem. I mean, these are pink gemstones. These are the gems of concealment. And a white feather. What do white feathers represent? Like birds. A sense of touch. It's cool and smooth. The feathers are soft. It has a smell like rotten egg. Does sulfur smell like rotten eggs? But it does have a smell. And smell is something, there is a paste inside, right? And I don't have any other thing. I tried to breathe in the vapors from the wandering shroud, but to my horror, I realized that the spirit vault is empty. My vision starts to blur as the clawing air of the depths fills my lungs and I stagger away in a daze. When at last I reach the surface, I take deep breaths of the fresh air, but my lungs ache for some time after. I need to be more careful. I have written to Barton Potter. He will know where to find the Wanderer's Shroud. Well, I do need Potter. I mean, that guy might not be the best guy around, but he certainly knows about things. Yeah, this looks better. Nancy Irvin? Oh, she has those... I've done something quite stupid. I went exploring in Heathwood and came across a grave. It was overgrown with dark brambles, so I started to clear them and get a better look at the inscription. I wasn't as careful as I should have been. The thorns were thick and menacing. I snatched my arm on one of them. I have not felt well since. Please help me. That's a curse right here, right there and then. I mean, that's that. On Curses and Their Effects by Dr. Robertson. The heart of the sufferer feels constricted. The skin is pale. So it is Black Heart. The heart of the sufferer feels constricted as though it is clamped in a vice. The skin is pale and cold to the touch, and veins stand out darkly on the body. Eventually, death will occur. So it's Black Heart. So what does the book say about Black Heart? The Lumped Siphon. Okay. Used to reverse the effects of the Black Heart curse. A skilled hand is required to perform the procedure, drawing the curse out of the body over the course of several hours. The instrument is made using the dried seed pod of a sheepsnap plant. Oh, I remember the sheepsnap. It was a huge plant from the horticulture. Sheepsnap, a plant said to bring good fortune. I remember that. So, nothing here resembles a sheepsnap. But we have this. Some kind of green organic material. That is a plant. Sounds hollow and tapped. Okay, let's try and do this. The spherical part of the item clearly resembles a seed pod of a sheepsnap plant. We helped another person today. Thaddeus White. You don't know me, but it's time I introduced myself. I'm the curator of the Museum of History here in Undermere. Eli and I have a complicated relationship. Don't all siblings? I don't intend to come by the shop much any more than but I heard he had left town for a few days. I wanted to bring him this, but I know he'd only turn me away without even looking at it. So what is it? It's gold, wood, and a green gemstone. A jade. Hard. And the inner perception says it takes great effort to tear my eyes away. Alright, that's cool. That's cool. Hello, Simone. Jupiter! Thank goodness you're safe. I was worried about you. I hope my mother is okay too. I've lost count of the amount of gossip I've heard about your misdeeds over the years. The truth is, when she gets stuck into a mystery, she's been known to disappear for days at a time. In the meantime, I believe I found another clue in the journal. The text directly before this is largely illegible, but I was able to make out a reference to a vault of some kind. Now I made the connection. She's called Simone Green, and Verona is Verona Green. They're mother and daughter. It's Verona Green and Simone Green. They do look a lot alike. Yeah. So, 3 resonant objects, lightest first, heaviest last. Resonant. Let's see. So, resonance. Oh, resonant. Resonance compass. That looks a lot like something about resonance. A resonance compass will point towards nearby resonant objects, the only objects that can be detected in this way. Resonant objects are highly prized, both by thaumaturgists and those who collect occult curiosities. So I need that compass, and that compass is right here. It points to resonant objects, and this is one. And it does say, lightest first, heaviest last. Let's bring the scales and put it to the test. Alright. Yeah, this is another one. That's quite lighter. Nothing else? Oh, that's also one. So that's light. That is heavy. So the lightest is first. Let's put this here. Second is this one, and third is this one. The moon. This looks like the hours. Alright, alright, alright. I did change something here. It changes the phases of the moon. Alright, alright. So, we want this one. Maybe if I... yeah. 1, 6, 4, and 11. This is a weird void. Definitely something unusual about this item. I can't quite put my finger on it though. I can't tell if that low hum is coming from the item or my own imagination. It feels unusual, not hot exactly, but energetic somehow. The part is painted black and it's gold. So it's a pendant, right? Interesting things happening in the shop. We're finding new stuff all the time. Stuff we didn't even know because of the apprenticeship, I guess. Francesca. I got a fright when they brought the body of that poor drowned woman to me with those lifeless black eyes. I thought for sure it was Verona at first. She does look like her, but we're quite certain it's a lady from Hogshead who went missing a few days ago. There's one thing I can't get out of my head though. Why would she try to swim across the lake? And in the meantime, Verona is still missing. I don't like to use thumbing needles as a rule, but the circumstances are beyond the rulebook. We need answers. Thumbing needle then. Okay. Okay. Thumbing needle. Here it is. Thumbing needles are controversial items that are rarely used. They can reach into the mind of the recently deceased to give an impression of their thoughts before they died. Curiously, the weight of these tall items decreases when heated. The weight. So I need the scales again. And this time, I'm gonna need the weight. So what haven't I done yet? I haven't done this thing. This is for sure something else. It doesn't look like a needle. It needs to be tall. This is quite tall. Still the same. This is also tall. That doesn't look like an... It does look like a needle. Okay, it's a bit more than one. Same, so it's not that. So my next guess is, well, this. This is a tall object. It looks like a needle. Weighs a little bit over 1 pound. Over 1 pound. Let's heat it up. And it is quite lighter. That's nice. It is a tall item. Using the weight scales and a candle, I can confirm that its weight does indeed reduce when heated. I know you cannot see or hear much, but I am drinking hot coffee right now, and with hot coffee or hot tea, this game feels amazing. It's so cozy, the music is amazing, melancholic, full of melancholy, and the sounds of the birds and the rain is amazing. And little Jupiter here is the best purring sound that relaxes you. Anyway. Oh, I never went to that chamber. Yeah, I did go to the chamber, but alright, I didn't get news from Mr. Potter yet. We did write a letter. Let's see. Audrey again. The people are afraid, and they are right to be, but it is too late for them. They are of no use to us, but you might be. Prove yourself, and perhaps Holga will deem you worth saving. I require an object to steady my restless congregation and remind them why I am the one to lead us through this turbulent time. They respect strength and power above all else. So it's either Morgan's Folly or Fortinance. Morgan's Folly. A folly symbol can be revealed to induce a trance-like state in anyone who casts their eye upon it, making them open to suggestibility. Precautions should be taken against unwittingly looking upon the hidden symbol for too long. That's interesting. And what about Fortinance? Fortinance is, well, I would guess by the name that it gives strength. Fortinance can enhance physical strength or restore strength that has been sapped, whether by exertion or by hex. They are made of stone or iron and usually take the form of a small totem. Alright. So, an object to steady my restless congregation and remind them why I am the one to lead us. She already uses manipulation. She needs strength and power, so Fortinance is what she wants. Thing is, do I want to be on her side? If I give her the Morgan's Folly, she will sure try to use it to manipulate people, but they don't respect words. If above all else they respect strength, so that could be something that might prove bad for her. I do like helping though, and I have helped her for a while. Should I give her strength? This is the symbol of strength, so I guess this is the Fortinance. Well, maybe. Why not? I mean, she looks like she is sane enough, right? What's the worst that can happen? The item bears the symbol of strength and it's made of stone. And that's the end of the day. End of day 12. The rider's partner was less fortunate. They found his frozen body a week later. I am marked by Jupiter. Hey, did you mark someone, Jupiter? Day 13, Tuesday. Is this you, Jupiter? Did you mark someone, little Jupiter? Yeah, no. That means, of course, Jupiter the god. His Greek name, Jupiter is the Latin name. The Greek name is Zeus. In English, it's Zeus, and Zeus is for Zeus, or Zeus. Oh, it looks a lot like Zeus. So teen, it's this symbol over here. The reason I remember the symbol very well is mostly because of Sailor Moon. Yeah, guilty over here. So, gotta be a tombstone. Not many symbols here for Jupiter or any other god or element. Here are a lot of elements, and here is Jupiter's mark. So it could be here. The mark of Jupiter on my map leads me to a square room on the ground floor. Other than an intriguing torn note there, doesn't seem to be anything of interest until I notice that the bookshelf is mounted on a runner and can slide to one side. I push it and it glides easily, revealing a hidden recess in the wall behind it. Oh-ho! Well, hello. You look like quite important. Yeah, the bigger ones could be here. Or the shiny ones. You could be here. And you could come over here. And you could be here. Yeah, that looks better. So, I guess this is the one. Oh, come on. Help me out here. Alright, so the castle vaults are blocked by a Diurnic seal. It can be opened by any object made from silver or gold that produces a Diurnic field. So I need silver or gold with a Diurnic field. Diurnic field is the one with the 2 circles, right? Dradic is with a 3. So it's gold or silver. This has both gold and silver. This is Dradic. Alright, makes sense. This is gold. And this is Diurnic. So yeah. So that's the one. The vaults, huh? Interesting. These are vaults here. To the vaults. The vaults are blocked by a large iron door. It has no handle or keyhole, and it does not give in the slightest when I push against it. I realize that it has been thumically sealed, but that's not much help. It's not clear what I need to open it. And I think I do. The door slides open without a sound, as though it has been kept well oiled over the years. Behind it I find a large natural cavern that extends into the rock beneath the castle. Somewhat disappointingly, the walls are lined with racks of whiskey bottles instead of rows of artifacts that I was picturing. When I show Edmund, he's delighted and he spends some time examining the dusty shelves. It is not long before he makes a find that I'm surprised I missed. I return to the shop with a spring in my step and a curious item that demands further study. The Bishop's Square, simple tool of my great-great-grandfather's devising, loosely based on Briar's Disc. Oh, I remember the Briar's Disc. Simple artifact that helps find ways. It's like a map of coded messages for maps. By all accounts, he was an impressive man, but it would seem his mind began to fail him at the end. Perhaps he spent too long studying his Zea. He imagined invisible enemies coming to steal away his most prized possessions, so he began hiding them about the castle, noting their locations in a code that only he understood. So I would guess that this is what we want, and I recognize the symbols from the book. Those, I think those are, yeah, seasons: autumn, spring, summer, and winter. So winter looks a lot like the skeleton of the crystallization of how, you know, the crystal atoms look in a snowflake, the crystallization snowflakes. And the summer looks like the sun. The spring is a leaf, and autumn is an acorn. So that's easy to remember, right? I can put it here together with the map. I will put it here with the books. Still nothing from Mr. Potter. And we don't have anything to use this square for now, but we can always go to our first customer of the day. It's a nice day outside. I can't say too much, but it has fallen to me to carry a secret that people would kill for, or that people have killed for. It's a lot of weight to carry around in my head, and it's getting harder to bear around certain family members. It occurred to me that it would be safer in an ecumenical. Ecumenical? That's a weird name. I saw it here. It's first. An ecumenical is a receptacle, commonly featuring a memento mori that acts as an aid to recollection. A memory cannot reside in both the mind and the ecumenical at the same time, and it cannot be stored indefinitely. When a memory has been left for long periods, it can begin to emit unpleasant vapors. An empty ecumenical, on the other hand, has an ominous presence, pulling at the threads of one's mind. And a memento mori, a reminder of death. So, memento mori is the number 4. A casket. A book. A skull. Or the time that passes. Okay. So this looks like a casket. A receptacle with the memento mori symbol. And if I remember correctly, yeah, an unpleasant sensation in the back of the skull. So yeah. There is an Argos motif, a memento mori, closer inspection, and unpleasant sensation. So that means it's empty. Okay. What kind of information does he want to hide? Well, none of my business. People are getting restless. The followers of Holga have been marching through the streets with a crazed priest at the head. Oh my god, what have I done? Not long ago, that sort of behavior wouldn't have been tolerated in Andromeda. Now there are people joining in. What have I done? In answer to your question, yes, it is possible to capture a wandering shroud. To the north of town, if you follow the little stream up through the woods, you'll come out on a hilltop that was clearly of some ancient significance. It is not uncommon to see wandering shrouds there. Be patient, be still, and they will come. Your friend, Barton. Thank you, Mr. Potter. North of town, the little stream through the woods. Alright, so... north of town, the stream of the woods, through the woods. Yeah, this is the stream right here, through the woods. Those are the barrows, so it's not here. hilltop of significance. Alright, so it could be the Burrows. After a pleasant walk along the beck, I reach a series of grassy mounds, the Burrows. Whoever is buried in them must have been important at the time. If I am to collect what I have come for, I will need to be prepared. Oh, I see. Alright, alright. Let's put the spirit vault. Let's open it and wait. I sit and wait, quietly and patiently, not certain exactly what I'm looking for. For some time, nothing happens. And then, long after my mind has drifted towards a bonfire and a hot supper, I notice a movement in the corner of my eye. A strange thin mist has formed near one of the Burrows. It seems to produce a sort of dark light, a contradiction that my eyes have trouble perceiving clearly. The ethereal creature, for surely this is a creature of some kind, ambles towards the vault that I have left out for this purpose, and I dare and breathe as it slowly nestles itself within the receptacle, so it goes almost willingly. Now I have a wandering shroud. I can go back to the catacombs. Let's see. Here. As I descend further into the catacombs, a strange sensation. Yeah, we've read this before. Let's use the spirit vault. Now, oh, it has a vapor now. I breathe deeply from the spirit vault and it clears my mind. I don't care to linger too long down here, but I forge on until I reach the unmistakable Hall of Shields. A stone sarcophagus sits on a raised portion of rock in the center of the cavern. That's the one. I hold the torch close to better see the inscription on the side of the tomb. It reads, "The sun's light will reveal my gift." Mystified, I cast my eye up the walls of the cavern and search the shields for some other clue, but nothing stands out. Indeed, nothing else stands out. Unless, if you see, this flower that, well, it sounds a bit silly, but it looks like, the Disney flower from Rapunzel, as a sound robe or something. But, that's silly. But the sound bond is what creates light. So, that's what I'll use. So, the sound bond banishes the darkness in an instant, half blinding my gloom. Adjusted eyes and bringing summer's warmth to the cold cavern. Blinking and squinting, I notice that one of the shields in particular is glowing in the bright light. I reach up, pull the shield down, to reveal a small cavity hewn into the rock behind it. Inside is a blood-red urn. I find it unsettling. The eyes seem to pierce my soul. Warm and smooth. And it's made of red clay. The eyes appear to be small green gemstones, so something of the mind. Right? Or the earth? I mean, if I remember... Yeah, it's not dark green, it's just green, so... This is jade, right? Dradic. Stone of the earth and nature. And snakes, which are from the goddess Korhen, if I remember correctly. James Hussle. I got to thinking after I left earlier. Transferring the secret to an ecumenical only adds an extra step. Yes, it's safer than walking around with it in my head, but I would know where to find it. What I really need is a truth conduit, so that I can deceive them into thinking I know nothing at all. Truth conduit. Truth conduit. These items are used by tricksters and swindlers to distort and deceive. They do not warrant the designation of dark article that some want to apply to them, but they can be, and have been, used maliciously. The gentle sound they produce anchors the mind as the spell is woven, combining symbology with a deep and more primitive power. Well, something that has a symbol on it and makes sound. I just inspected this one before. It does say that it's deceptive. A symbol of deception and the gentle sound. Evelyn. I have never felt more tired or more devoid of life. An apathy has settled in my bones that I do not seem able to shift. But while I still have breath in my lungs, I will not succumb without a fight. By the grace of Grey, I will find a way forward. So she thinks he's melancholic, that's why she becomes catatonic. That's one way to put it. I will do you one better. Capitalism. But hey, I don't want to be branded as anything else other than a cog in this machine. Anyway, politics aside, what you want is the Grey's grace. Yeah, the grace of Grey. I mean, that's the one. Oh, hello, Mr. Potter. I've had a tip-off about something exciting. Have you come across the so-called nameless gods? Yeah, here and there. Did you also know that the tall stones that you sometimes find in high places were once doorways of a kind? And here's the exciting part. An inscription has appeared on the stone that sits atop Weatherlem. This is where you come in. I'm confident that a pit would open the doorway. The other option is a Belia, to read the inscription. But they say that if you read the language of the nameless gods, you become cursed, which I can't say I like the sound of. I'm leaning towards the more direct approach, but then again, that could be dangerous too. To be fair, the pit. Let's see what the pit does at first. The pit. Here it is. The three different elements that make up a pit allegedly represent the earth, the sun, and death or darkness, the Dradic, the Joanic, and the Noctic. This energy balances in such a way that the object do not produce a recognizable thermic field. They can be directed to emit a powerful vibration capable of crackling solid rock. I see. So he wants to pretty much destroy the rocks. And what about a Babelia? Babelia. The meaning of an unusual markings of an Babelia is not clear. They resemble a magnetic field pattern, but the items themselves do not produce a magnetic field. They can be used to aid with translation of foreign texts, although they require some skill to make full use of. The ability does not transfer to spoken language, so it's a translator of sorts, like Google Translate. And it does look like a mantic. It does have a mantic design, but not a magnetic field. So let's see. What haven't I recognized yet? This looks like it has a mantic design. And it has a tunic field, not a mantic design, so that could be it. And what else? The pit. Wait, this has three stuff here. The gold, the wood, yeah, and the jade, so it's 2 earthen. But this has gold, clay, and bone. So it's 3 different things. This could be it. And it doesn't produce any field. It tries to produce something, but... Alright, so... It has many fields at once, that's what I say. Anyway. So that's the pit. So yeah, if I use the pit, the stones open. But that could be really dangerous, because it might be a doorway for the nameless gods to come to this plane, and if that happens, well, they don't care about humanity that much. And they do have followers now. So maybe Babelia? Maybe, but this thing looks like Babelia. Thank you. I hope this works. Here's a token of appreciation, something for you to ponder over. Thank you very much, sir. Yellow sandstone. Crumbly. Those symbols. What kind of symbols are those? Let's see. Fire and wax. Alright, so like a candle? Most probably, little Jupiter. End of day 13. With dreams of earning his fortune long banished from his mind, the man brought the casket to a trusted friend, the curator of a museum in Andamir. Together, they looked for answers. I am buried with a Knight of Thorns. Wasn't the Knight of Thorns the one with a shimmer armor? The shimmer on the armor. So day 14, Wednesday. They did say that he died at a specific time. $13.56. That's the one. The tomb of the Knight of Thorns resides alongside an ossuary filled with the unarmed dead from the Battle of Sotherfell. It is an unpleasant place that I do not plan to linger in. Happily, I am able to find the item I came for without any difficulty, and I quickly leave and don't look back until I am out in the bright of the day once more. That has all the elements together, doesn't it? A feeling of disquiet lances through my body. Yeah, I mean, if you have all the elements surrounding the object. Golden stone. It's raining today. Oh, hello, Thomas Pope. I've noticed some people claim not to fear death. They say that dying scares them, but not death itself. Not me. Not the great Thomas Pope. Give me pain, give me fear. If I can feel then, I know I'm alive. Going back to the nothingness, that's what I fear. I'm going to do my best to live forever, starting today with Loan. Loan. Sometimes called the Hound of Jupiter, or a fire bomb, a loam is an item with enticing power. They can reverse the signs of aging, but anyone who has played that game knows that it can only last so long before time catches up, and when it does, it often hits harder. The Hand of Jupiter. But, well, this is a hand. It chills my blood to hold it. I mean, it could be that, reversing the age. A fire bomb. This also is a hand. And it has the fire symbol. Made out of tin, which is Jupiter. Okay, I think that's the one. This item features a hand in its design. It is made of tin, the planetary metal associated with Jupiter, and it also features a triangle, the symbol for fire. Let's see how this turns out for you, Mr. Pope. Agnes Dent. There has been an unexpected death in the family. It has hit all of us quite hard, but particularly my husband. I would like to gift him a heart chamber. A heart chamber. There is a vast skull in the catacombs said to be that of the beast Blecanthra. Holger's followers believe that when he slew it, trapped its soul along with its power in an item known as the Wraith Chamber. Heart chambers are based on this mythical object, but they have morphed over time into a way to keep those dear to us close to heart after death. He wears a lot of stuff. This is the Hunter's Boon, right? And this is something representing death because it's of the Omega. And this is something from the moon. And this is another protective one. And this is, I don't know. This is closer to the heart, so this could be it. I remember I have something like this. Yeah, here it is. appears in the scans of Holgar, and it bears a sigil that looks like a Holgen Green mask. It did talk about the catacombs though. I mean, if we go see the does it mean this thing? If I go there, what's gonna happen? I think I'm gonna do a mass exploring right before the game ends. Did you ever walk out what was Bishop Square thingy was? I suddenly remembered this note that I found some time ago, and it occurred to me that it might be related. I almost threw it away, but it intrigued me, so I held on to it. I haven't a clue what it means. Blessings in spring, rising in autumn. Okay, symbology. I remember I saw blessings somewhere. Yeah, here. This is blessings. Blessings in spring. Spring is the leaf, right? So, oh, here it is. Rising in autumn. This is autumn, but I don't think... Rising. Yeah, okay, let's go there. The symbols on the map lead me up the winding stair of the North Tower. The pendant has been carefully hidden, but knowing where to look means that it does not take me long, and I am soon on my way back to the shop with a new trinket to add or growing collection. This was the North Tower? Wait. Yeah, North is over there. Oh, that's why it said I'm further from the east and the west and closest to the west. Because if this is the North Tower, that's the South Tower. Oh, Mars in winter, rising in summer? Wait. That's another clue. Mars. Mars in winter. Where, Mars, yeah, that's Mars in winter. Rising in summer. The kitchen. The smells and sounds of cooking greet me as I enter the castle kitchens. I feel a little foolish as I try to avoid the cook's lairs while following the clues left to me by a mad old man. What was I thinking? I'm not going to find anything here. And yet, on the exact spot where the map leads me, there is something. A floorboard that has been cut and replaced. With a little difficulty, I lift it up and feel around in the cavity below before my fingers grasp something hard. Oh, that looks ominous. Okay, this is a symbol of fire. And a symbol of paralysis? Yes. And that other symbol. Symbol of confusion? No, that's different. It's not confusion. It's ice. Fire, ice, paralysis. And the dark eyes that are bleeding. Okay, this is not at all ominous or weird. Not at all. Why would you say that? Yeah. Maybe I should put some stuff here. For example, you could come here. You as well. You could be here. You too. Wait, you go back. Where did it go? Oh, here. Alright, what else? I could also put... this here, because it has a lot of those stuff. These are all signs of Kernenos, so I would like them here. They look nice there. But what about the voice? Maybe I should put... yeah. Kernenos stuff together. Like this one. Bring this back. This is Kernenos and this is also Kernenos. Yeah, this looks better. I could put items from Hogun together. For example, these. I could do the same with the goddess Korhan. Tadeus White is back. Something isn't right at the museum. I'm worried it's all my fault. I hope my brother will be back by now. I've had an idea though. I'm not thaumaturgy, but I think I can weaken it using a witherance. Oh dear me, this had better work. A witherance. A witherance is the inverse of the fortnance and is sometimes put to more malicious use. These can be crafted from stone, like the fortnance, but wood is more commonly used. Alright, so it's a symbol of weakness. And yeah, here it is. Looks like a small gauntlet. Like it is your power. Jacob Priestley. My mind is severed. Needs Nether. He cannot speak. I think there's a cause for that. It's a curse. Now, Tormund's paralysis affects the mouth and tongue so that speech becomes impossible. Okay, Tormund's paralysis. So if I look up the index, see Tormund's paralysis. Tormund's Bane. Tormund's Bane. This can be rolled along the tongue to cure Tormund's paralysis, or worn about the neck to protect against the curse. Like most items that ward against curses, they emit a diurnic field pattern. So it's Tormund's... Is it really Tormund's Bane? It can be rolled around the tongue, or worn about the neck. My mind is severed, though, it says. Morgan's insanity is a poison of the mind. So if it is Morgan's insanity, I mean, he does speak, so it can't be Tormund's paralysis yet. It says it needs Mytha. So let's see. The mind. It's restful Mytha, abrasive Mytha, and solemn Mytha. Let's start with abrasive. This type of Mytha is used to purge unwanted memories, as within a procedure that can alter the mind. It should be used sparingly and considerately. Mythas are typically used in communal ceremonies, designed to be easily passed from person to person. Another Mytha is a restful Mytha. Mytha is a thaumaturgist linked to the inner mind. A hot tea made of Drethnian plant is drunk with them, from them, taking on different properties depending on the type of Mytha. This particular type can be used to enter the meditative state and bypass the rush of clouded consciousness, promoting clarity of thought. And what about the last one, the solemn Mytha? Of the three types of Mytha, the solemn variety is considered the most powerful. It permits the trinket to forge pathways in the mind to recall that which has been forgotten or to repair that which has been broken. It will produce a noticeably stronger thaumic field than the other two types. Alright, so if alright, let's see the different types. This emits a Dredic field. Alright. These also produce a Dredic field. Oh! That looks strong. And that's faint. Alright, so it's this one. A broken mind. I've discovered something via the thaumic needle. The woman who tried to see me across the lady was compelled to do so by some invisible force. She was looking for something. Whatever it is, it's right here in Undermere. That's not all. I decided to experiment with the Umbra. When I was under its spell, I heard whispers. Something was calling to me and it left me feeling terribly afraid. This must be what's keeping my patients in their trance-like state. I've never used the Gordian siren before, but it occurred to me that I might be able to use it to drown out the whispers. Gordian Siren. Let's see. Although these are similar in form to thumbing needles, Gordian Sirens serve a very different purpose. They create a strong compulsion like a siren's call that can be used to divert attention. A display of Gordian objects at the Museum of History in Antamir. Oh, this one looks exactly like that pendant that the guy in the museum brought me. It appears on the sketch of the cabinet. It is an oval shaped like a thumbing needle, and closer inspection reveals its attention-demanding power. That is true. I remember that. Another day, another dollar. End of day 14. The curator learned that the Nelian casket is a dark article, a class reserved for the most cursed and most dangerous of objects. He locked it away deep within the museum archive, along with other such artifacts that are best kept from public eyes. I am under the barn where the axe meets the tree. The axe meets the tree? Barn. Day 15, Thursday. The axe meets the tree is there. The quarry, the eye. Oh, Woodcutter's Lane and Pine Road. Alright. I am under the barn where the axe meets the tree. So, here. To the side of a house sits a dilapidated barn. The stench of manure is overpowering. There is no sign of an owner, so I search carefully, not sure exactly what I'm looking for. Suddenly, I spy a flash of blue. A bottle. This is it. This looks like a certain type of eye. It emits a turnic field. Alright. Simone. Good morning. Yes, and to you too, Jupiter. I'm getting more concerned about my mother. Hearing about that poor lady who drowned frightened me. But she'll turn up. She always does. I've had another breakthrough. This time I'm certain it's a clue that leads to another hidden part of strange antiquities. From the individual, a stone for dark purposes. From the celestial, a stone of the earth. From the diurnal, a stone of death. Alright. So it's gemstones. Stone for dark purposes. So, not obsidian. It's onyx? No, not you. The other book. A dark stone for dark purposes. Oh, it's a... Wait. Weixic of the body, yes. Dark stone for dark purposes. Bloodstone. It's not a onyx. Okay, stone from the individual. The individual? Was it the individual? Yeah, it was. And from the celestial, a stone of the earth. A Jade, I think. So a jade? Most probably. Yeah, jade is not the earth. And from the journal, a stone of earth, of death. The journal. Journal is, yeah, of the day or of the night. Stone of death. Stone of fire and fury. Stone of the night and darkness. A stone of death and decay. It grows on iron coffins and waterlogged corpses. Vivianite. Noctic. Alright. I think I only have one here. Holgen Graham. That goes here then. And I need a jade. And another one I need is a stone for dark purposes. A bloodstone. Here. Let's make a half moon. Or at least that's what I think it's called. And what time is it now? It's 1, 2, 3. It vibrates with energy. That's a lot of Mind Stone. Alright. Jacob again. Thank you for the meter. I have seen into the yawning deep. I have seen beauty beyond the comprehending mind. The price is steep, but I pay it gladly. My shadow anchor, broken, must replace. A shadow anchor. A shadow anchor is sometimes used in the practice of shadow casting, the art of projecting one's presence outside of the body. Without an anchor, minds have been known to become lost. Shadow anchor designs can vary greatly. Some prefer pendants, whereas others prefer to clutch a totem in their hands. Some make use of symbology, where others use gemstones. They will always produce a field from the individual brands, however. Wyxic or Mantic. And a shadow. Wait. Some have pendants, others have totems, some use symbology. Protection, maybe? Protection from insanity? Maybe? Could be. Okay. No, that's from the elements. These are elements, so it's not this one. This is Libula, so it's not. This is paralysis, so nothing. Not this one. This is against paralysis, I think, and this is Sextrum, so it's not this one. Blue gemstones. Some symbols here. It's silver and gold. Okay, this is a mantic field. And it has blue gemstones. So blue gemstones are mantic, an anchor between body and mind. Why did I not see this sooner? 3 of those to do it. And then silver and gold, the moon and the sun. Celestial objects, celestial metals. The kyanite gemstones point out the fact that this item anchors the mind. It produces a mantic field from the individual branch, so yeah. Audrey again. You have shown yourself to be a useful ally in these worrisome times. Keep one eye on the lake in the coming days. When blackened eyes seek the casket and waters turn to midnight, perform the sacrament and have faith in Holga. So, am I supposed to be in the cult? Like the horticulture side quest? The sacrament is a baptism ceremony in which one's life is pledged to the warrior god, Holgar. It is performed by a blood priest within a stone circle. In spring, a charm of green growth. In summer, a pendant of the yellow sun. In autumn, an instrument of the red night. In winter, a totem of blue fire. Oh, a charm of green growth. Pendant of the yellow sun. Instrument of the red night. The red night? And the blue fire? Let's check this out. So what is the red night? What is the red night? Do I have anything like that? Or the blue fire? Nothing on the red night. What about the blue fire? Nothing on the blue fire. Oh! Oh. I see. A totem of blue fire is the one that makes the light blue. So it's the Vesazer. And a charm of green growth is the one that helps the plants, which is, yeah, the Scythian charm. And then a pendant of the yellow sun is a sunbond, and in autumn an instrument of the red night. What is the red night? What is the red night? What if I find anything on Holgar. Holgar. Maybe, yeah, the sacrament. Maybe that's the Red Knight? Oh, the mask. Or this thing? Alright. Let's keep this here. Here. Alright. So that's a sacrament, and the places that it demands are from here. Spring, summer, autumn and winter. I'm afraid this letter was sorted incorrectly and has ended up doing a round trip to Kendall and back. Better late than ever. I have spent a long time looking for an object that is believed to have been lost somewhere in the catacombs. The adventurer and thaumaturge Marwen left a trail to her hidden stash, or so the story goes. I followed it as far as the ossuary of the damned, a chilling, bone-filled alcove curved in a natural chamber in the upper levels, but it seems your markings have been worn away by time after that. I pass on this story to you in the hope that you can succeed where I have failed. Your friend, Barton. Marwen. The ossuary of the damned. Let's see. Do I have anything on Marwen? No. But if I go to the catacombs, the ossuary of the damned. My English is not that good, but I would believe that this is a place where a lot of dead souls are. So that could be this one. I am able to follow Marwen's trail for a while, but the curved markings are faded and worn by centuries of weathering. By the time I reach the ossuary, I can no longer make them out at all. Fortunately, I've always wanted an excuse to use a Carrick's candle. A candle? Yeah, I remember. I have this. And this is a it has wax and fire on it, so it is a candle in the thaumaturgist sense. Thaumic sense. Symbol of flame rendered above, symbol of wax depicting a candle. Stalagmites retreat under the light of the candle as I hold it aloft and search for shifting rock walls for any signs of Marwen's trail. Suddenly, I see it. An M etched in the rock, as clear as if it has been curved yesterday. I follow the trail in an excited hurry, tripping and stumbling as the candle is towards the height of the floor, until I come to its end, at a small boulder. Rolling the rock to one side, I reach behind it and reclaim Marwen's lost treasure. Now that I think about it, I didn't look about the candle. Which says that these items produce invisible light that peels back the years, allowing a glimpse into the past. The effect is often murky and blurred, but it works passably on stationary objects. They are marked by a depiction of a candle upon their surface. Yeah. So what's that? It's made of tin. It's somewhat cool. And it gives me goosebumps. So you go over here. Hello, Barton. So he cannot talk. He is cursed. So that is Tormod's paralysis. I don't remember what's for Tormod's paralysis. Let's check again. The Tormod's Bane. These can be rolled around the mouth, the tongue, to cure Tormod's paralysis, or one to the neck. And it has a Tyrannic field pattern. So, a pendant. What could be a pendant for that? Could it be this? I mean, it does say that you can roll it on the tongue and it has a roller. And it's the inverse of paralysis. So the symbol is the inversion of paralysis. So this could be that. Yeah, this item can be worn about the neck. It has a moving part that can roll across the tongue. Yes, and it produces a Tyrannic field. Thank you. I don't even know how I managed to get down from Weatherlam. Everything went dark after reading the inscription on the tall stone, but somehow I knew if I made it to Strange Antiquities, I would be okay. Through the darkness, I received a message on the Nameless Ones. They seek an item called the Nalian Casket, so you are the second one to tell me that. If we give it to them, they promise to free those it has infected. I don't think we have a choice. At least we can be certain of one thing. If they have the casket, they will not allow it to be opened. All they desire, all they value, is power. Opening the casket would release all of its contained power. So, those he is the second one to tell me about the casket, so I guess it's if you make the painter not a seer and just make her a painter again, then you have this certain path that will tell you about the casket. Now, that casket, we already have two ways that we can use the information we have. One is to make the sacrament, which I don't understand what it does, maybe opening the casket, and then the second one is returning it to the Nameless Gods. Or maybe that's what the sacrament does. Oh no, Verona. The time has come to decide, Thaumaturgy. The casket wants to be opened. The casket will be opened. Nothing can stop it now, and yet there is still a part of this mind that will not be quiet. Help me to calm this clamoring rage inside my head. This is your chance to elevate yourself above the scaring ants that absently crawl through their meaningless lives. Zephyr of Abrasive Maether. Oh my goodness. So Verona has been infected with whatever this curse is, and she has those black eyes. And see, while she's possessed, I can see that by her own words, there is a place in her mind that is screaming to get out. Something in her mind screaming to get out, which is her true self. And I have a choice to make now. I either let her be possessed with this dark force from Holgar maybe, and or I try to cure her. So, let's see. An abrasive Maether is used to purge unwanted memories. So if I use that Mytha, she will no longer have this, her true self, her mind. Okay, so what about Zephyrim? Resonant objects give off a faint odor that will be familiar with any thaumaturgy. It is the scent of the storm, of ozone and power, the scent of magic. When these vapors are inhaled deeply, they can unlock deep wells of anger and channel them into a powerful maelstrom. This is the power of the west wind, and this is Zephyrus, the god of the west wind. So, a resonant object that smells of the storm, that will make that part of Verona's mind scream out even more and come up to the surface, so we will help her not be possessed anymore. And here is a very nice path that is diverging now. We have a fork. We are at the fork, and the fork is one way we help the cult, and we pledge ourselves to that nameless god and the nameless gods, and we help the priestess, or we help Verona, at least, helping her with whatever it is that might help this town. She has already helped before with the story from the horticulturists, the horticulture, which is the culture of horto, which is plants. Yeah, makes sense. So, Zephyrim, something that is resonant, so I need... Yeah, that's not a Zephyrim. That's not a Zephyrim either. Is that a Zephyrim? No, it doesn't smell of anything. A feeling of disquiet lances through my body. Alright. And what else? What else? Is there any other resonant object? Oh. Well, hello. It gives off a scent like that of a brewing storm. So that's it. That's the one. Should I give that? I really don't like the thought of Verona being possessed. So, yeah. End of day 15. But the problem with storing powerful dark artifacts is that slowly, inevitably, the darkness seeps out. A yarn? Day 16, Friday. So this looks like the Ariadne's mythos, which is the yarn that Ariadne used to get to help the hero of the labyrinth to get out. What was his name again? Oh my god. Sometimes my mind goes blank. Theseus. Yeah. So, a labyrinth. That means the catacombs. So I'm looking at something that resembles this path. This? Yeah, this is it. And holding it over there. Yeah, it's this one. Inhaling deeply from the spirit vault to stave off the madness of the depths, I make my way carefully down crumbling passageways, past decaying crypts. Placed carelessly on top of the tomb is a collection of clay pots. Some lie in pieces, but most are whole. At first the collection seems unremarkable, but one in particular stands out, and I take it back up to the surface to take a closer look. That's the symbol of the earth, no? And it's made of clay, which is earth. So where should I put it? Could put it here. Have the boxes here together, and those here. So there is mist outside. It's gloomy. Marion Lancaster. Someone very dear to me has fallen ill. I would like a Nephroquant. Do not be concerned, dear. I have used one before and know what I am doing. Nephroquant. These were once worn by the necromancers of the Five Knolls, who used them in their rituals of resurrection. Their power became bound to them, such that if they were to remove them, even after death, the Nephroquant would crumble to dust. Today their power is much diminished, but they can be used to draw out infections. However, they will cause praxis, if held against bare skin for long periods. And this is the scarring caused by praxis. Like a very bad burn. But black burn or something. Alright, so... What about Praxis, though? Praxis. No, yeah, that's in the index. Elva Stone. The Elva Stone is used to relieve that. The Nephroquant. I know what I'm doing, she says, but... Alright. What have I not yet recognized? It says it's worn, so it's a pendant. Rituals of resurrection, so the symbol of resurrection is used here, which is the symbol of, yeah, here it is, rebirth. It's a spiral going clockwise. Clockwise? No, counterclockwise, because it reverses death. Counterclockwise. Okay, so let's see. Oh, This has the symbol of... yeah, it's counterclockwise. Withered flesh. Grim. But gold. Leathery and bony, quite unpleasant to the touch, hard and cool. And polished. I was expecting it to smell worse than it does. It said that if you put it out of here, it will crumble. Alright. I guess that's the one. It's the only one with a symbol of rebirth. The item here is the ring, wearable item. It is attached to a hound's god by Praxis. Yeah, the spiral design on the item is a representation of the symbol for rebirth or resurrection. Please do pay us a visit. We have some items that we're confident will be of interest to you. Franklin Underhill, alright. The Twinnings, artisans of wood, iron and clay. 2 Market Avenue, Undermere. Don't mind if I do. Where are the Twinnings? Twinnings. The Twinnings. 15. Number 15 is here. The man who dropped off his card introduces himself as the owner of the Twinnings, an unusual, sprawling series of grotto-like rooms filled with handcrafted carpentry, ironmongery, and pottery. He leads me past wooden chairs and strange iron contraptions to a room, unlike the others. This one is filled with small trinkets, ornaments and jars of various sizes, containing ominous-looking liquids and organic materials. I know it may not look like much, but there are some items of value among the junk here, says the man. Take your time, let me know if you find anything interesting. 2 hours later, I have indeed unearthed something very interesting that I'm keen to take back to the shop for further investigation. Oh, this looks really ominous. I am leaving the Twinnings with my haul when a man shouts at me from across the street. As I look round, annoyed, I notice to my horror that the man's eyes are as black as coal. He rushes towards me, and I stumble backwards, fumbling with the strap of my satchel as I try to grab an item to stop him. A Wyxie cord. A Wyxie cord. So something of the body. The only thing I can stop him is something that can paralyze him. This has the symbol of paralysis all over it. If it also has... Oh, the music has changed. Makes an octave field. Well, it's the only thing I could... Yeah, the body cord. This is the only thing I think can do the trick. Features symbols of paralysis and it's an octave field with a turn branch. To my relief, the man goes rigid almost immediately and topples forward onto the cobblestones. I turn and run, wanting to put as much distance as possible between myself and that creature. When I finally come to my senses, I realize I should alert Dr. Robertson, but by the time I return to the Twinnings, the man is nowhere to be seen. Causes me to reflect on my own mortality, stone of death, and a stone of power. I hear a loud chanting when I hold it to my ear. has gemstones, so it belongs here, I think. Something bad is about to happen. The ravens know it. My grandfather once told me how to use a casseter to see the path ahead, but I saw what it did to him and vowed never to touch one again after he died. But the gnawing worry of what is coming has become too much for me. So we need a casseter. The eyes of a casseter focus the power of the mind, enabling those skilled enough to see the path or paths ahead. These items do not produce a magnetic field, as one might expect, but rather the most mysterious selenic. Care should always be taken with any object of prophecy, and these are no different. Many have been seduced or driven mad by the paths shown to them, and have been led to ruin. So it's something of the mind, but produces, something of the mind. Well, these are 2 gemstones of the mind, dark green gemstones. And those are of the mind. Let's see the field they produce. A selenic field. This must be it. The item features 2 malachite gemstones, stones of sight or eyes. It produces a selenic field, so that's the one. Oh, little Jupiter. Gilbert Ames. There always seems to be something going on in Nordemir. The sooner I can get this sorted and be on my way, the better. My uncle gave me a ring and I have had nothing but bad fortune ever since. I'm starting to think it might be cursed. Is there any way to uncurse it? Well, actually there is. The Caustic Purifier. I used it before, and I can use it again. I have been researching ancient customs, particularly those relating to thaumaturgy, and I am fascinated by the use of objects in ritual ceremonies. If you are able to get your hands on a grease, I would be very interested in studying it further. A grease. For the ritual of the broken path, a grease is heated slowly over flame. To have full effect, it must be held in an ungloved hand until the ritual is complete, no matter how hot it gets. The ritual should not be performed by those who have not studied the waxing art. It is common to suffer burns but when done correctly, it should not be painful. Alright, so what could it be? One of the broken... Wait. Broken path. Broken path. Amphisian Talon. So it's of the Amphisian faith, the Amphisian cult. It's a ritual of the Amphisian. So it's something it has something to do with the snakes, right? Grace, Norwegian art. So it's something you hold, like a totem. This is the only thing that I haven't seen, but doesn't look like something. And this is black gemstone with bronze. It looks like something from the goddess, and same with this. So if we see the gemstones, okay, this is a Noctic, so it's not Wyxig. Night and darkness, fear it and seduced by it. And then it's the Jade, which is of the earth. Amphisian. They have the talons. But what else do they have? What do you hold of a fire? I mean, I would hold a totem. What about this one? It's stone and it has weird symbols. It's hard and cold. If it's cold, it means... Okay, it says that it's ice, it's frost, and it's fire, frost, paralysis. Could it be this one? I mean, it looks like something for a ritual. And the symbology on it... Wait, is it Wyxig? Yes, yes it is. Yeah, this is fire. That's paralysis, which means that you have to stay still. And that's ice, which means that it will stay cool and you won't get burned if you do it correctly. Stay calm over the fire. You won't get burned. Oh, and it has soot on its lower half. Oh, I didn't see that. It has soot on the top. Damn, some things I just miss. Wait, a chalky black residue that coats my fingertips. Yeah. Black substance, soot perhaps. Yeah, okay, sometimes I jump to conclusions that are correct, but it's for different reasons than what the game expects you. What the game shows you. Oh, do those candles become smaller? Or is it my idea? Leopold. There has been a basilisk sighting in the hills across the river from Backbarrow. I wouldn't say I'm a brave man, but I have a duty to protect my livestock and my village. Better me than a younger man with his life ahead of him. I have come to prepare my sword. Alright. Basilisks. We've already seen the siren ward. But the other one is the folium. A blade is drawn across the face of a folium 6 times during... It's drawn. Alright, 6 times during the ritual of the Hand of Prio. Dreyer Huntsmen and those wanting to prove themselves perform this ritual before seeking out the basilisk, as a folium blade is the only known way to pierce its thick armor. I mean... that's the only thing I haven't seen. Crisscross grows 6 times? That's a lot of times though here. But it's crisscross, so it's like you use it here and it's cold. Chills my blood to hold it. Francesca again. They've escaped. At first my patience grew agitated when I used the Guardian Siren, but then I had a breakthrough. Vivian Cartwright woke up. She seemed lucid, calm even. I made a stupid mistake, loosened her restraints. I don't know what happened, whether the sirens stopped working or it perhaps had never worked and she tricked me. But almost immediately, she changed back, turned violent. Before I knew it, she had managed to free the others. We tried to stop them. They fought their way out of the hospital. I have no idea where they've gone. And that's the end of this day, I guess. End of day 16. Almost imperceptibly, the casket began to absorb the crepuscular power that had leached into the stone and the earth of its lightless tomb. Is that the clock? My clock? Alright, okay, it shows these 3. It's a normal clock that when I use it, it becomes something else. Okay, so what's behind it? Half moon. With the black side on the left. And it's a tomb. So it's a tomb that saw something from that. Alright, so... oh, here it is. Yeah, that's the one. The air is stifling in the darkness and the claustrophobia of the tunnels almost overwhelms me, but I press on. I remind myself that there are few who ventured down here, which means the chances of an interesting find are higher. It doesn't take long for my search to bear fruit. Well, what are you? Carved detailing, sharper than it looks. Wood, oak, if I'm not mistaken, gold. Gold and oak? Alright, and still it's a pendant. My shop is full of stuff now. Those here, though. And nothing here. Let's put those here. The Witherans was a terrible idea. I've only gone and made things worse. I wish Alai was back. He'd know what to do. Some years ago now, a friend brought an item to me, a black casket, and I learned that it was a dark article. I should have brought it to Alai right then and there, but I knew he would want to destroy it. I'm a collector of things. It seemed too important to allow it to be destroyed, but I see how naive that was now. This casket is far more dangerous than anything I've come across before. And now I hear they are looking for it with their black eyes. Either I need to keep them out of the museum or bring the casket here to Strange Antiquities and hide it in one of its sacred places. So I either need a Dread Vivant or a Lunima. A Dread Vivant is the only way to handle some of the more dangerous artifacts. It can siphon power away from oneself for a time. The power rising up of a Dread Vivant is subtle but noticeably invigorating. These objects represent the balance of life and death, of good and evil, of hope and despair. Alright. The balance. Alright. And what about the other one? A Lunima, also called a moon pool or heart of tranquility, harnesses the power of the elements to create an aura of unease. They can be used to keep people away from places they are not welcome. There is a superstition among thaumaturgists that says that a Lunima should not be used when the moon is full. It's not known where this idea came from. So yeah, I don't think that Lunima is very wise to give to this guy, because I don't know, he seems kind of naive and kind of unreliable, even though he's not a bad guy. Dread Vivant though, because he can try and use it to more manage it more easily. But if it says either keep them out of the museum with the Lunima or you give it here to me and I use it with the Dread Vivant. So what is the Dread Vivant? It says it's an object that is between life and death. Could it be this one? Because it's a flower and death. So could it be, you know, blooming flower and death? I mean, this is more representing of that. Not the lipula. This one. The concept of balance is reflected in the design, the skull and the flower. Closer inspect reveals the power of the item exudes. Yeah, that is amazing. There is an uneasy quiet in town today. There aren't many people out and about. I'm heading straight home as soon as I'm done with my deliveries. I have recently come into possession of a number of texts on the subject of arcane artifacts. You're welcome to them if they are of any use to you. If I don't hear from you, then I will donate them to the library across the street. The library across the street? That's a nice way to give out your location. So where is the library? Wordsworth Library, 26. Across the street. So it's either here or here. I must have taken a wrong turning. This isn't where I meant to come. So it's the one next to that? Several of the scrolls look promising, but they are written in the Dredic script, and my understanding is too rudimentary to make use of them. If Verona was around, I'm sure she could translate them, but she isn't, and I can't. So I need a Babelia. I know I need a Babelia. The effect of a Babelia makes my head spin and I close my eyes tight for a moment as my mind catches up. The pages swirl and blur in front of me, letters and words floating in and out of focus. After a time, I find that I can read them, though it takes some effort and I feel drained as I reach the end. And now we have new things to look for and study. Anna Bryant. With all that's been happening in Antomia, I picked the worst week possible to lose my Braihic charm. I hope that you have one that I can replace it with. A Braihic charm. Braihic? Not sure. Braihic charm. Like bright? I'm not sure anymore. Alright, a powerful item that offers hope in times of worry, protection in times of darkness, and wisdom in times of uncertainty. It wields the power of the maiden, the mother, and the crone, the weakened triple goddess. So it's something that has triple quality. Like the Tenebrous cloak, but it's a Tenebrous cloak. This also here, this. A feeling of disquiet. Yeah, disquiet, I would not put disquiet as good quality. What else? Yeah, not many. This is definitely not it. So it's, these are jade, right? Green gemstone, yes. And this is bronze. Smooth. Nothing to remark. Well, it... Okay, and what feel does it have? It has a face, and then 2 moons. So lining. Okay, it's 3 ways all the time, so it's 3 things. Full moon and half moons, etc, etc, etc. Must be that. And I was right. The item resembles a symbol of the triple goddess. I'm starting to think that this game is more likely because it has a clock that actually works if you let it a few days, and it has this music, this feeling, and as time passes, maybe you have nice different things happening, and it's days, okay? So maybe a very nice way to make use of this game is just, you know, sit around, do stuff, study maybe, or do some work while you have this on the other screen. And sometimes just for 5 minutes you let a customer in and help him. And that means that, you know, after an 8-hour workday, you could call it a day and close the shop, and that's it. And then you start the next day and the next day. That would be a nice idea, wouldn't it? Oh, hello Eli. I'm sorry I did not intend to be far away for so long. Sorry. I trust the shop has not been too much trouble to look after in my absence. I have learned a lot from my time in Oxford. There is a powerful dark article here in anatomy called an alien casket. Yeah, no shit. And now you're telling me that my foolish half-wit of a brother has had it in this museum this whole time. I know how to destroy it, but it's not gonna be easy. Whatever happens, it must not be opened. We will need to create a pillar of Calaris. From what I gather, such a feat has not been attempted in over 500 years. I just hope there is enough time to prepare. I'm afraid I can't stay, but I'll be back as soon as I can. So, Eli wants to destroy it. A pillar of Calaris is a powerful blast of energy that can consume the darkness. In my opinion, it is the safest way to destroy powerful dark articles. It can only be produced at a place of significant atomic convergence. Strength and weakness, light and darkness, align the opposing powers at opposing compounds points. With Corhin's light, the strong will be made weak, and the dark will be made light. So here is our second option. One is that we praise Hogan, one of the nameless gods, and the other is Corhin's light. Is Corhin another one of the nameless gods? But I'm not sure. Thing is, we have those two, you know, to think about. Let's see, what should I do? Isabel Stowe. I have had my energy drained by some disturbing evil power. For days now I have felt tired and frail, and then today I found something that horrified me. Beneath my bed I discovered a curved wooden effigy with a strange symbol painted on it. I don't know who has done this to me, but all I want for now is to lift this feeling of weakness. So, well, you want the opposite of weakness, which is strength, so you want fortinance. And, well, what do you know? I have a fortinance. Susan Hill. I would like a bloodbeck. The nameless ones are restless. I am ready to hear their voices. A bloodbeck. She is one of the Ephesian cult. I mean, that is for certain. It was once thought that these objects could be used to commune with the dead, but it is now widely believed that such a thing is not possible. It is not known where the strange voices that emanate from a bloodbeck originate, but there are some who believe that they are the voices of the nameless gods. I think this is the one because I heard voices. Yeah. Death and power. Thaddeus White. I went to move the casket, but it's gone. What do we do? I had Elias back in town, but he hasn't come to see me, and if he's not here, then I don't know where to find him. Oh God, what do we do? And he leaves. And that's the end of this day. Maybe that's why you have the purring cat here. Because it calms you down, and if you're stressed at work or from studying, the purring will help. It's soothing. End of day 17. It festered and pulsated until it could no longer be contained. Some part of it reached out from the darkness, creating eyes so that it might find itself, and hands so that it might open itself. The casket wanted to be opened. It's kind of like the One Ring. I lie below books and scrolls on the esoteric and the arcane. So that was the story of Potter and that guy, the father of Robertson. Day 18, Sunday. I lie below books and scrolls on the esoteric and the arcane. So the library? There's a library here. Entering the library, I am drawn to a dark alcove round to the right, bearing the title Esoterica et Arcana. I'm sure there is much to learn here, but sadly, a cursory glance is all I have time for today. Piled upon a reading desk, I find books on ornithology alongside bestiaries of the old world. You can learn a lot about a person from the books that they read. Ain't that right, Jupiter? So, Esoterica et Arcana on the right. It's on the right, it's right here. On that end. Alright. So it's supposed to be below. So if it's right here... could be here, right? That was a mistake. So it's not here. It's not here. Let's try this again. Maybe it's on the other end. I must have taken the wrong turning. This isn't where I was meant to come. Oh, come on. Well, it's supposed to be right here, okay? It's supposed to be here. Alright, found it. As I open the door, I am hit by the musty smell of dump. This room hasn't been entered for some time. The corner of the room is piled high with scrolls of parchment and old books, but underneath the debris, I find something of interest. This looks interesting. Has a gemstone. Eli White. The museum was ransacked last night. I went looking for my brother, but he's nowhere to be found. The good news is they didn't find what they were looking for. I moved the casket myself and hid it here in one of Strange Antiquities' vaults. It's safe for now, but we can't leave it here for long. I have more to prepare, but I've left instructions on how to access the vault in the desk drawer. Am I to think that this clock is using the computer's clock? to show you the passage of time. I mean, right now, for me, it's... no, it's not. It's not. It's not. But it looked really close, okay? It looked really close. Desk drawer. This is the desk. Yeah, here it is. A candle that gives off no light. An anchor that has never touched the ocean. And a finger, but not a flesh. I would think that it means the candle, Garrick's candle, which is a candle that emits no light. An anchor that has not touched the ocean, that's the shadow anchor. And a finger, but not of the flesh. If I remember correctly, there is a witch finger, which is the wooden branch of the witch, which is the tree on the church. So if I put those, it's a candle, Garrick's candle, a shadow anchor, which is where is it? Shadow anchor. Which was the shadow anchor? Here it is. And the witch's finger. Oh, that's the one. Oh. All right. Okay. Not the correct one? Oh! Yeah, not the correct one. It's this one. Let's see. No, not that either. It's understandable. There we go. So that's it. The casket. Blackened wood with gold. It's rough. The gold is smooth. A complex feeling comes over me. It is both horrifying and yet compelling. So it's like, I want to open it, but I know I mustn't. Oh, hello David. The lake has turned black. As omens go, I'd say that probably quite a bad one. But the mail won't deliver itself. I found this note in an old writing desk up at Gleeson Castle. I expected it would mean more to you. Fear in autumn, rising in winter. It feels all too prescient as we hurl towards winter and a terrible, unknowable fate. E.B. Fear in autumn, rising in winter. Fear in autumn. So it's the symbol of fear. I don't remember the symbol of fear. Fear. Fear in autumn, rising in winter. So, fear. Where is the symbol for fear? Here. Fear in autumn, rising in winter. So here. I searched the room at the foot of the western tower quite thoroughly before finding a stash of papers. To my dismay, they are largely the scrawlings of a madman, but in amongst the nonsense there is some valuable information. I have discovered the missing piece of the puzzle. There is an ancient shrine to the nameless gods at the skull of the skull of Lycanthra. It seems humanity tried worshipping them once. Long ago, before we learned how little they care for us. We must take the casket there. Whatever happens, we must not allow it to be opened. So those are the nameless gods? At the skull of Lycanthra. What is the skull of Lycanthra? Do I have anything for that? No, nothing. Nothing of the sort. Do I have anything in the map? Let's see. Nothing. So... what? Wait. Didn't the Holgan god Holgan have anything to do with a huge skull? Holger. Yeah. Said to be, yeah, the vast skull in the catacombs, said to be that of the beast Lycanthra. That's the one. In an item known as the Wraith Chamber? So that casket is a Wraith Chamber and has the trapped soul of Lycanthra? Could be that. Let's see. Eli's back. It's time to end this. Now. Bring the casket to the pit. Alright, so now I have a choice to make. I have a choice to make. Let's see. The priestess told me. Let's see. For some reason, maybe that's the priestess tells me to do it in the pit, probably. And then we have what Potter said. And we take the casket there. Where it should have been. So I either go to the pit and then have a different choice to make with the two choices. Either trust Holger or destroy the casket. Or I go a different way altogether. I think I would like to go. Should I trust the thaumaturgy? Or should I trust that guy? Well, he's like he looks a lot like, you know, Constantine, that does stuff. I am very intrigued about what happens here, so let's do that. I meet with Barton Potter at the entrance to the catacombs. Standing beside him, there is someone that I didn't expect to see. Rebecca Rose. I am coming with you. I can see things that you are blind to. And besides, I don't want to miss out on all the fun. Rebecca explains that the Spirit Eye has led her here. She seems to know all about her plan to give the casket to the Nameless Gods. Barton gives a shrug, and a look that tells me he's already tried and failed to talk her out of it. Ready? You have the casket? And yes, I do have the Nalian casket. I show him the small black chest, and his hand moves up to rub the side of his eye absent-mindedly. Smaller than I remember. We begin our descent into the depths, down twisting tunnels, and past silent tombs. It is hard going, and we pass the time deep in thought, only speaking when we need to consult the map. Finally, we come to a large cavern. Illuminated by our flickering torches is the giant skull of some long dead beast, huge and terrifying and ominous. The skull of Lycanthra. It is too big to have found its way through the tight tunnels, so it is not clear how it got there, but we don't have time to ponder that now. It soon becomes apparent that our journey has only just begun. The skull marks the entrance to a new system of tunnels, ones that are not marked on the map. We trudged onwards, deeper into the earth, trying not to think about the pressing weight of rock above our heads. Stop. He says it so abruptly that I nearly drop the thoughts in panic. Then I see it, a terrifying chasm in the path ahead. By some trick of the shadows, and with my mind elsewhere, I had come close to stepping out into nothing. This is going to be tricky. At first I don't see how we can get past this obstacle. The gap is too big to jump, and attempting to traverse it would be too dangerous. Then I remember the items I have with me. Surely there is something I can make use of. Something for levitation. The Daedalus link. Alright. Which one was it? I activate the levitation field around us and feel an unsettling sensation as my feet leave the ground. We float slowly across the chasm, and my heart beats faster in my chest. It is tempting to race across to the other side and feel solid rock beneath your feet again, but a Daedalus link requires a delicate balancing act and must be used slowly and carefully. We reach the other side with great relief, continue on our way down the narrow corridor. I'm the first one to spot the next obstacle. As we approach a bend in the tunnel, I see a flickering orange light, setting shadows dancing across the wall. Peering around the corner, I'm confronted by a bright light that my eyes struggle to adjust to. A wall of intense flame fills the passage from floor to ceiling, an impossible bright yellow, orange fire swirling and billowing and roaring in a place where it should not be. I watched mesmerized for a moment, trying to work out where the fire is coming from before being forced to retreat from the heat. What is it? I explain our hopeless predicament, and as I do, I realize that perhaps it is not so hopeless after all. Perhaps there is a way through. Something to protect from the flames. A siren ward. Safely on the other side of the fire-filled tunnel, the passageway begins to widen, and soon it opens out into a vast cavern. Ancient stalagmites reach up towards the delicate stalactites that spear down from the ceiling far above. It is strangely warm, perhaps heated by the same unnatural fire that we have just come through. In its center sits a dark pool. Its black depths are featureless, the flickering torchlight offering no reflection upon its surface. Lycanthros Basin. This whole place is alive with swirling shadows. We should not stay here. Let's make the offering and go. I bring out the casket and gaze upon its intricate surface for a moment. It is a horrible thing, isn't it? Be careful with it and do not open it. We wait. None of us sure of how to proceed. Rebecca seems to be expecting something to happen, so we wait in silence. I try to keep my thoughts from drifting to the casket. What does it contain? Maybe I should open it and find out. They're not coming. We're going to have to call the Nameless Ones to us. I hope you know how, because I'm afraid I have no idea. I begin to say that I am equally lost, but then the flickering torch in my hand reminds me of something. There is a way. The flickering torch. How do you call the Nameless Ones? The Bloodbeck. No. Damn it. Is there a summoning spell? Summoning, an item for summoning? Torch, the flickering torch. The Light of Korhan? These are used to call the guile and wisdom of the goddess Korhan. She is goddess of the earth, creation and rebirth. It is maintained by some of those are not our objects of power, but exude an imposing aura. Hard to explain. But, no, she's not nameless. Communing with the nameless gods via the broken path. Yeah, but the broken path is with the Grace? The broken path. Grace is hit slowly. Oh, yes! Maybe? Maybe the Grace? Yes. Almost immediately, we feel a shuddering vibration accompanied by a booming noise that sounds like giant footsteps. Echoing through the cavern, small stones and some larger rocks shake loose from above, and to our right, a single, centuries-old stalactite comes crashing down from the ceiling, smashes against the hard rock floor. I watch in stunned horror as the pool in front of us begins to ripple and swirl, and a huge hand emerges from within, its palm held upwards, fingers curling towards the stalactites dripping down from the roof of the cavern. Quickly, the casket. I hesitate. Only for a moment. I throw the black casket towards the outstretched hand, and it closes around it into a fist, before slowly retreating back below to the surface of the pool. The offering has been accepted. A pact has been made. The cavern continues to shudder. A handful of smaller stones clatter around us, and we don't wait around to see if another stalactite is going to come down, but the danger seems to be over, and the vibration becomes softer and more distant. I feel strangely elated, shivering with excitement as we leave the warm cavern. I glance back one last time at the black pool. Its surface is still. My uneasiness around the plan to hand over the casket to the nameless gods has subsided in the weeks following our adventure in the catacombs. I had a conversation with Dr. Robertson yesterday, and she seemed to be confident that her patients have now all made a full recovery. They remember nothing from their ordeal, but there seemed to be no lingering ill effects. Verona Green came by the shop a few days ago to thank me personally. She reassured me that the nameless gods would never even consider operating the casket, and nor would they use its dark power against us. They have no interest in the lives of men. Andemir feels at peace once again. As I write this, Jupiter is purring softly in my lap, having tried to bat away the quail several times and nibbled the pages on a previous attempt, and the warmth of the fire is making me drowsy. I will sleep soundly tonight. And that's the ending. Ending 5. In the lap of the gods, the nameless gods have the casket, or fate is in their hands. Eli White is alive, proud of your resourcefulness in resolving the situation. Verona Green is alive, she was saved from the casket's power. Rebecca Rose is alive, and thrilled to have played a role. She's looking forward to new adventures. Barton Potter is alive, jubilant after successfully following through on his plan to give the casket to the nameless gods. Edmund Bishop is alive. He stayed at Castle Gleason and weathered the storm. Francesca Robertson is alive. She is glad that her patients recovered, but saddened by the one she could not save. Bonnie Robertson is insane. Her thoughts are scattered after being sliced with a diverging hook. Audrey Bell is deceased, murdered by her own bloodthirsty followers when the casket was not opened. Jack Hungerford is insane. He never recovered after falling deep into the trance, and his mind is forever broken. Thaddeus White is ashamed of the part he played. Simone Green is alive, ready for a new challenge, and Jupiter is rescued, fully recovered from his cat-napping ordeal. So that's the ending number 5. Those are the symbols. Oh, nice. Insane, dead, and the paw. Jack Hungerford. I could not save him. Oh well, but everyone is alive. And that was the game. It's not quite finished yet because you still haven't explored, we haven't explored several places, as well as haven't figured out about what several of the items are and what their use is. So I guess that's what we do on the last day, just like the strange horticulture, where you have one last day, which is, it says previously, which means that this happens on other times that are not recorded on the game. It's like an extra side part. Let's see if this happens again. Also, I really loved this game. It is an upgrade after the Strange Horticulture. Great UI, great gameplay, and very nice story. I really like this studio and I really like these games. I find them relaxing and they give you some sort of small knowledge and trivia over a few things, like stones and plants and everything. This game came out quite recently, and I believe it really is worth it to have. It's really worth to have. I personally bought it from the Epic Games Store, and I suggest you do the same. I'm not sure if it's on Steam or any other platform, but I prefer Epic Games myself. Let's continue. Day 19, the epilogue. So that's the next day. Okay. Let's do some exploring. First, the Greywick farm. The scent of damp hay lingers on the air as crows pick at the muddy ground between weathered stone barns. The farmer lifts his gaze briefly, offering little more than a nod before turning back to his work. Don't think I'll find anything useful. Strange horticulture. I could use the rest, but there is work to be done. Number 3, the burrows. I have already been here collecting the watering shroud. Alright. Number 4. The church is old and the roof is in need of repairs. Moss and lichen adds splashes of color to the west grey exterior. Ah yeah, that's here. The green church. The high green church. Where we got the information about the witch's finger. Number 5. Wainwright Hospital. Peeling paint and hollow corridors hum with echoes of hushed voices. The stench of death clings to the stale air, turning my stomach. I have no desire to linger. Number 6, the Heathwood. As I step deeper into Heathwood, the trees begin to change. First sparse and twisted, then thick and shadowed. I'm drawn to explore further, but something holds me back. Maybe another time. Lockhouse. Ivy strangles the iron gate, creaking loudly as it opens. Behind dust-clogged windows, somebody watches me approach the old house. I tap the brass door knocker, waiting for an answer that never comes. Eight. Where is the 8? Here. The boatyard. solid hull sit half submerged in murky water, quiet temptation. On any other day I'd be eager to take the boat out, but I must get back. Stockside Rock. This natural monument looms over the town like a relic. Its weathered surface heavy with the weight of Vandermeer's murky and tangled history. I take a moment to ponder its secrets and carry on. The old jail. The old jail stands silent, its rusted iron bars the only thing separating me from the ghosts of former prisoners. I take a quick look around, but there's nothing to find here. Museum of History. The Museum of History has a quiet grandeur, lined with row upon row of trinkets and curiosities. It's not unlike Strait's Antiquities in that regard, though I doubt there's much of use to me here. The curator ushers me away. Eli and I have an agreement. You know you're not to take anything from the museum. The spoken word. The theater is in surprisingly good condition, given the rather ramshackle state of the rest of the town. I shake my head, remembering the time old Benjamin Marsh mistook a real sword for a prop one, and accidentally stabbed a poor lady in the front row. Props and costume have no use in my line of work. Keystone Manor exudes quiet luxury. Its halls maintained by a handful of discreet, tight-lipped staff who declined my request to meet the family. Market Square. The Market Square bustles with life. Stallholders call out their waves, and town criers spread the latest gossip to eager ears. If you remember, it was once a place for witch burnings and executions, as one does in Britain. The Twinnings. Unusual, sprawling series of girdle-like rooms filled with handcrafted carpentry, ironmongery, and pottery. Workers are too engrossed in their craft to offer any assistance. We've been there, though. The Town Hall. The Town Hall, a bloated and effective institution tangling its own rules and regulations for the greater good, we were promised. But nothing ever changes in Vandermeer. I have no interest in going inside. The Blacksmith's Guild. Blacksmith's Guild is alive with the rhythm of hard work, iron-heated, hammered, and shaped into purpose. There's a rumor that a guild of assassins operates from here. I'd love to poke around, but I'd rather not run afoul of a sharpened blade. Convent of the Ephesian Heart. The convent is an imposing building that appears to be designed for secrecy. The few windows that look out at the street are small and for the most part covered in sturdy iron shutters. The sole entrance is a large iron gate bearing the sigil of the League of the Ephesian Heart, a twin-headed snake. The gate is locked. Vandermeer Station. Vandermeer Station is a quiet, unassuming stop. Today its platform is empty save for a few passengers waiting in silence. 2 trains a day are enough to keep things running out here. A far cry from the hustle and bustle of London. The Pit. The Pit is a squal's black hole, perhaps 5 meters in diameter, that has an unnatural look to it. A rough wooden fence has been erected around it, but it has not been maintained in some time and it is broken and collapsed in places. Nothing grows in a wide circle around the gaping chasm. The earth is brown and lifeless. Mossy Wood. A small house sanctuary of ancient forests. Lush moss clings to every surface. Something about the dense green makes it feel like it's hiding a secret. But I find nothing. Gulfers Tower. Climb the narrow winding stair at the top of the tower and I am rewarded with views across Lake Vandermeer. Not alone the tower, standing in the center of the circular platform, is a statue of a young woman, the maiden, and her outstretched arm points due east across the rooftops of Adamir and beyond. The Merry Bell is an old paddle simmer that hasn't been in working condition for many years. I don't think I'll find much use here. The Blickstones. Blickstones stand in their circle in quiet defiance of time. Once home to witchcraft and rituals now abandoned, silent and still like the surrounding lake. There's magic here, I can feel it, but nothing left for me to uncover. Calgarth Hall. Calgarth Hall stands stately and pristine, its grand architecture a testament to the Calgarth family legacy. Inside, generations of wealth and influence are on display at every turn, but with the girls taken ill, no visitors are welcome. Wordsworth Library. The Wordsworth Library is a quiet haven of books and knowledge, its shelves well stocked and well kept, a place where time slows with every turn of a page. The librarian Simone sits at the desk, her focus fixed on her work as always. "I found some old books that take you to the history of strange antiquities," she says, without looking up. "It's very old, you know. I'll be sure to visit if I uncover anything useful." Jacob's Folly. Lady Rosalind built the folly in memory of her husband, lost to the lake, or so the story goes. Now it stands wind-worn and empty, overlooking the water. I check the turret just in case. Nothing but dust and old stones. Love doesn't leave much behind. Undermere Church. The church is a quiet refuge from the bustle of town. The bells toll. Is it that time already? Better get back. Strange antiquities. Right back where I started. Royston Farm. Royston Farm is as warm and welcoming as its owner, John. He greets me with a grin and a handshake, always eager to share a story or two about the land. I ask him to let me know if he ever finds anything unusual and leave him to his business. The Quarry Yard. The quarry on the outskirts of Adamir is a relatively recent addition to the town. It was opened by a man named Thomas Pope just over a decade ago and has been in daily operation ever since, supplying limestone for use in construction across the county and beyond. The Eye. It's a strange arrangement of rocks resembling a stone edge site, but on a smaller scale, arranged with purpose, though what that purpose was remains a mystery. The locals call it the Eye. There is nothing else to see here. So those are all the rooms, all the places in Undermere. Should I try and see all the rooms here? I think we saw the kitchens. I think we can go to everywhere, but not the master bedroom. Conservatory. Potted plants line the edges. Wren, Jacob's Worth, and Comfrey among them. It's peaceful, save for the distant chirp of birds, but it's time to move on. The smells and sounds of cooking greet me as I enter the castle kitchen. Simmering stews and clicking pots. Hard stairs make my presence conspicuous, so I leave them to it. A long dining table fills a room more often used for intellectual dinner parties than dancing. Still, it holds a sense of occasion. But there's nothing to find here. The courtyard. Neat hedgerows and worn pillars frame the space. Gravel crunches underfoot, the only sound in the otherwise quiet courtyard. There's no reason to linger. The grand hallway. The grand staircase spirals upward at both sides. flanked by portraits of noble faces with hollow eyes that seem to follow my every step. And now I've seen the library. There is nothing else with name but the master bedroom. Now here, no matter where I go, I think I have no place. I mean, it will just say that why did I come here? So let's see some more customers. Tess. My father is suffering from Morgan's insanity. His doctors have given up on him, but Dr. Robertson told me there might be a way to save him. She said it might be possible to stop the infection spreading by cutting the poisonous thoughts from his mind, but she said it was beyond her skill. Yeah, I know what you mean. A diverging hook. Peggy Grafton. There is an old hermit living out past Wastwater, who barely comes into town. He brings me leaves now and then for odd things. This time he wants something that will pull water from thin air. No idea if he's mad or onto something, but I said I'd ask around. So, water. Manus, the water's shadow. According to Whitelock, these are lighter than an Evocan by half, not exactly the most useful inside. They are carried by desert nomads who use them to conjure precious water from the cool night air. Alright. Half. So we can put the Evocan here and try various stuff. What have I not recognized yet? This cannot be it. Oh. This has a gemstone that looks like it's for water. Pale blue turquoise, aquamarine. A stone of water. Yeah. And how about symbology? Is there a symbol for water? Thunder? Yeah, nothing. But you know what? Let's see. About half. Let's see if that's the one. The item features an aquamarine gemstone, stone of water, and using my scales, it's about half a pound. My lungs are shot. My doctors have told me to settle my affairs, but I'm not ready to give up. Not yet. I've heard a local story about the Witch of Vandermeer and her healing abilities. They say it's dangerous and painful, but sometimes it works. Yeah, the witch's finger. Oh, come on. Where did you go now? Owen Fox. My farm is diseased, my crops won't hold, and even the animals are uneasy. My old man says the air is angry. He says I should call upon Korhan for wisdom and blessings. Can you help? This land's all I've got. So, Korhan. These are items for Korhan. A Stone of Night and Darkness. No, I don't think that's the one. I believe though this is an item of Korhan, right? So it's either it's one of those three, but I don't think it's the Ossik ring. Wisdom and blessings. This bears the soul, but it's out of clay. Wait, let's see more about Korhan. Korhena. Used to call on the guile and wisdom of the goddess Korhan. She is goddess of the earth, creation and rebirth. It is maintained by some of that these are not objects of power, but they exude an imposing aura that is hard to explain. An imposing aura. Yeah, that doesn't have an aura, but this does. Korhena. Martha Chapman. I collect rare artifacts, especially those with, shall we say, questionable uses. A weaving edge has always fascinated me. I don't plan on using it, heavens no. Blood magic, old tradition, I simply must have it. A weaving edge. The weaving edge is used to enter the Red Knight, bloodthirsty state of mind. Tradition dictates that the handles should be made from the wood of great oak. Oh, I remember that. Great oaks are believed to have been planted by Scythia herself. Alright. Yeah, that is a pendant that is made from the great oak. I'm sure of that. And it looks like a hunter's tool, so... I mean... it is an edge. Frances Mason. I've read the tales of Clarice from cover to cover. I was surprised to learn of some of the powers he could wield. Did you know that he could walk through walls? I read that he used a water shadow, but that we have lost the knowledge of how they work over the years. I don't expect I'll get very far with it, but I'd like to study one all the same. Who knows, perhaps I'll succeed where others have failed. Water shadow. Water shadow, no, here. Here. It is alleged that a water shadow can be used to pass through solid matter, but the art has long faded from memory. The items themselves are often uninteresting, producing only a faint thermic field, perhaps as a result of going unused for so many years. Alright, so what have I not seen yet? What have I not used yet? This one. It does... let's see. It needs to have a faint thermic field. Well, you're not calling this weak thermic field. What about this one? Normal. Okay, yeah, this is quite faint. I think that's... What is it made of? It's somewhat cool, and it's made of tin. And it gives me goosebumps. But it has a faint one, yeah. It's a faint atomic field, so yeah, it did the job. Rufus Shelley. My boy is sick, his dreams are heavy, and he is preoccupied with death. The darkness is growing in him. I need him to see the light of Corhan. Despite appearances, these Noctic items have no connection to the League of the Amphisian Heart. They are objects of considerable power that can turn darkness to light and fear to joy. Alright. Despite appearances, they're not Noctic. Despite their Noctic appearance. That's the only thing I haven't seen yet. This is a Selenic field. Is there anything else that I haven't seen? This? Well, this is just protection from everything, as I see. This is just earth. That doesn't look like a light. Let's see. Ah, it's not the one. That was weird. How do we find the light? Considerable power. What else? Objects. It says object. So it's not... This is a pit, I think. What about this one? I mean, it is related to Corhan. Design includes a two-headed snake, motif that is used in the Lake of the Amphisian Heart. It has a Noctic gemstone and it produces a Noctic field. Yeah, it is Noctic, alright. Alice Holtby. My grandmother followed the old ways. She kept a Dredic altar in the cellar. She believed in asking for nature's blessing before a harvest. I found a note about a ritual, meant to bring abundance, but it needs an Argel. This seems like the place to find one. What is an Argel? A vessel of the earth used in various Dredic rituals. A vessel. Yeah, that's... simple. Symbols of the earth everywhere, made out of clay, which is the earth. Tommy Brown. I walk the riverbeds searching for stones, amethyst, jade, maybe Vivianite if I'm lucky. It's hard to spot them in the muck. But I heard about these remnants that let you feel the glimmer through the dirt. Ah, yes, I remember. Worth a shot. Yeah, you want the remnant of Aris? Remnant of Aris. I remember from Rose. I just didn't give it to her. Thomas Pope again. We've hit a bit of a snag and I've had to shut down the quarry. Our dynamite suppliers has had a little accident. I'll spare you the details. I wonder, is there anything among your fine collection that could get us up and running again in the short term? I'm losing money by the minute. So you want something to help you with the quarry. You want what, to split stone? Okay. The only thing that I think can help is the pit because it splits stone. William Whitley. My thesis is on the psychology of fear, but books can only take me so far. I need to feel it properly. I'm sure you have something. Fear. Fear. The only thing that can use fear is, I don't know. Fear. Let's say. Fear. Fear. Light of Korhan, Spirit Eye, and Zea. Worn about the neck to place them closer to the heart, these innocent-looking items instill a sense of fear and paranoia. They can be difficult to remove. Zeas are made of any single material except wood or clay. They typically have no symbol or other writings upon their surface. Yeah, no symbol. I need no symbol on the neck. It's a pendant, so yeah, that's the only pendant with nothing else on. I mean, this has a hidden one. And I have a strong sense of being watched, so yeah, paranoia, I guess. So paranoia creates fear. Althea Osha. Ah, I remember you. I've been looking into Coven the Bloody Queen for a book of historical figures that I'm writing. I'm finding it surprisingly difficult to verify much of your story. I was hoping to take a look at one of the Bloodstone artifacts that were created in your name, if you have one, of course. Yeah, Corvan's Might. I remember Corvan's Might. It was asked by that girl. Constance Butter. I'm not trying to hurt anyone, just shift their thinking a little. Yes, it's for the aphasia heart. Sometimes all it takes is a suggestion in the right state of mind. Do you have anything suitable? Alright. Yeah, I think I do. Because if I remember, I have not this, this little thingy that has this symbol, and this symbol means, if I remember, yes, hypnosis, so yeah. This pendant features hidden symbol of hypnosis, so yeah, that's it. Jane Fairbairn. My sons are out of control. Jail doesn't teach them anything. A year behind bars and they come back worse. I want them to feel the wrong they've done. Real penance, so that they might change their ways. If I remember, I used the seed stone, the biting seed, yes, to make them feel guilty. James Herschel. There's a lawman snooping around the Blacksmith's Guild. Can't have them poking into parts of business they're not supposed to, if you catch my drift. I need a way to keep them out. Oh yes, the Lunima. Lunima. I remember I was supposed to use it with the brother of Eli. Could it be this one? Nothing to remark. A piece of driftwood. Turquoise gemstone. That's a lot of water stuff. Painted markings. A lot of sea stuff. Don't think it's Lunima. Is there any other objects I haven't... Oh yeah, that one. Symbols of the elements and the feeling of disquiet that makes someone stay away. Freddie Lump. I can't bear the pain any longer. I would rather have no memory of her at all than suffer like this. Don't try to talk me out of it. I've already made up my mind. So I need an abrasive method. I think I have 3 methods and that's the only one that doesn't have it. So that doesn't have a name. So yeah, I'll use this. Using the index, yes, what the mixture looks like. Does not fit the description of solemn or restful varieties, so it must be abrasive. Charlotte Bradshaw. My brother captains a small fishing vessel in Haverake. There was a big storm last month and 2 boats never came home. I remember what the old sailors used to carry. Charms, tokens, things to keep the sea calm, or at least keep you afloat. I want to give him something like that, just in case. A Shane. Shane. These common items are made using materials with connection to the ocean. They began as superstition, simple objects made by sailors and fishermen to keep their boats safe, but with the help of the old thaumaturgists, they became something more and many lives were saved. I think that driftwood is something, and you know, the gemstone of this, a turquoise is an aquamarine. Yeah. David Schaffer. Rain. Again. Soaked to the bone before I'm halfway through my rounds. I'm fed up with it. I've got a few bob to spare, if you know a way to keep me dry. Keep you dry. Protection it is. Stormward. This simple item supposedly grant a low level of protection against the elements, but this author has personally become soaked to the bone in one too many downpours to trust one of those claims. They are made from metal, typically bronze or iron, so I have seen this thingy that is with all the elements around it. And it has a gem. A green gemstone, which is of the earth. Nothing else to remark. It's made of bronze. I think that's the one. Numerous weather-related symbols and made of bronze. And with that, I am done. Time for a well-earned rest, right after I give Jupiter one last scratch behind the ears. Yeah, you can have all the scratches behind the ears, Jupiter. And yes, we are done, because now we have collected information and we have recognized all of the items we have in the Strange Antiquities shop. So have a nice rest, just like Jupiter here. Lots of hugs. Get your cat on your lap and give it hugs and scratches behind the ears and have it purr like Jupiter here. Drink some more of your hot cup of tea and have a very nice day or evening. Goodbye from me. Bye bye.